The Devane lectures, I think it's called Devane 200, the course. I didn't even know what the Devane lectures were until last year when the president's office asked me to do the Devane lectures. And I said, okay, what's that? Well, I've since learned there's a long tradition. Some of you have probably attended others, Ian Shapiro, et cetera, et cetera. I've talked to a few faculty who've done this now. This emanated, obviously, out of the Yale and Slavery Research Project, which I directed, led. I was the principal author of the book you're assigned, whether you like it or not. That book, I just learned 2 days ago. I was over at the bookstore checking on the books. Their books are all in. And they told me that book just astonished me. It's the second best-selling book they've had at the Yale bookstore all summer. Well, I don't get any royalties, so don't worry about it. But I was amazed. People are actually reading it and buying it, for God's sake, in hardback. We don't even have a paperback yet. When asked to do this, I thought about it a great deal, and I've done what you've seen from the syllabus, and the syllabus is on the Canvas server. And by the way, Michael Hepp, who is still here, I think, if you are, Michael, wave. Michael Hepp in the president's office, who does everything in the president's office except be president, is coordinating all of you from the community. He will be sending you the readings that are on the Canvas server. There are 2 up for this week for today. A piece by Drew Faust, a piece by Stephanie McCurry on Why We Love the Civil War. It's an ironic title. Well, ironic, I think, for most. Please have a look at those. I'll be reflecting on that question in just a minute, a bit. I decided to root this in the Yale and Slavery Project and in the book and in the research around it. And when we get into those lectures in the next 3 or 4 weeks, I will have one guest lecture, but also my colleague Hope McGrath. I don't know if Hope is actually here. I don't think so. Hope McGrath from the Bind. I had a tremendous team for this book. I won't go into who although one of them was Emily Yankowitz, who's one of my teaching assistants, who did intrepid research, especially in the 18th and 19th centuries of the Yale Project. The course is rooted in this question of, so how was Yale University connected to, entangled with, influenced by, formed by its relationships to slavery and other racial ideology from its inception, even before its inception. The book begins with a chapter on the 17th century, and particularly on the Indian Wars, the 2 major Indian wars fought here in Connecticut, the Pequot War and King Philip's War. I wish that chapter was even longer. This book became a serious problem of length and how to contain Yale's 300 and some odd years. You will see that we ended the book in 1915 for particular reasons I won't go into entirely today at all. We ended in 1915 in part because the president's office gave me a rigid deadline. That's the truth. I don't blame him. But 1 week after I turned in the manuscript, he announced that he would be leaving the presidency. And then I realized deadlines have many reasons. But I must say, too, that before I forget, Peter Salovey, our former president, owned this project. This was his idea. I didn't lobby the administration. I didn't lobby anybody to do this project. In fact, on the day he called me, I kept kind of praying silently, this isn't happening, is it? I don't really want to spend the next years. But of course, I learned an enormous amount about, well, the history of this university, which I would never have known. I can walk by buildings now, and I don't know who those people are. Some are interesting and nice. Some aren't. But we ended in 1915, particularly with the story of the Yale War Memorial, which almost nobody knows the story of anyway, but almost all of you walk by it almost every day. A word on that in a minute. I decided to root the course in this. Why are universities studying their past so much now? Why have they been doing it for the past really 20 years, actually a little more than 20 years? What's happening? Why? And why now? The now of, say, 2004 and 5, when Brown University put out its report, the now of 2014, 15, 16, when Georgetown revealed its remarkable story of its plantations and its ownership of enslaved people and so on and so forth. Harvard's report, UT Austin's report, et cetera, et cetera. There are now around 90 universities and colleges, small colleges as well, especially in the South, studying their past with slavery. In fact, at my center, the Gilda Lehrman Center for the Study of Slavery and Abolition, we've had a project going now for 4 years. We started that project before this was even born. It's called The Legacies of Slavery, and we're doing it with small colleges, small college faculty from all over the country. And we're about to culminate that project next month with a final conference in Memphis, Tennessee. There are a lot of small colleges exploring their past, not just with slavery, but especially with the problem of slavery. Why? Many reasons. I'll come back to that one second. The second part of this course, as you've been able to see, and that may both interest, possibly inspire, but also frustrate some of you. It's a somewhat truncated version of my Civil War Reconstruction lecture course. I've boiled it down to the middle of the course because I believe it is very important if you want to understand today's dilemma. Put whatever label you want on it. Polarization, division, existential threats to our polity, elections that frighten us as they may inspire us, political institutions that are in dysfunction. Undergrads, please don't walk out of here today and say, man, that guy's a downer. Jesus, don't go, he's a downer, man. Not really. But I do believe history has at its core a certain kind of human tragedy that we're all part of. All of us. It's part of the human condition. We love to get around it or under it or over it. But look around. James Baldwin once said, what Americans do with their history is they cover up the sleeper instead of waking him up. Cover up the sleeper. You know, you want a good night's rest. You don't want a nightmare. Put me in a history I enjoy. Put me in a history that's fun. Joy, fun, hope. Where we win. Sorry. Everybody deserves a little parody. But you know, Baldwin also once said in an interview, he was being interviewed by no less than Studs Terkel, the great oral historian. Some of you in this room are clearly old enough to remember Studs. If you were ever in Chicago, you heard him on the radio every week or every day. I lived in Chicago for 5 years. I never missed Studs Terkel's program. He was a great, great interviewer. He would interview every writer that came through Chicago, and he wrote all these famous oral histories. And he was interviewing James Baldwin once. And actually, there's a video of it. I'm sorry, an audio of it. And you can just sort of sense Baldwin as being Baldwin. He's just shooting from the hip. He's just complaining, and he's just He's just laying one Jeremiah after another on Studs Terkel. And at one point, Baldwin says, Americans, they don't have a sense of history. They don't have a sense of history if it hit them between the eyes, and on he goes. And Terkel said, whoa, 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 Mr. Baldwin, what do you mean by a sense of history? And Baldwin actually stops for a moment. He reflects a minute. And he says, well, I guess especially for a young person, it simply means knowing that you're not alone. Which is such a simple answer to that, a sense of history. Well, but and Baldwin went on from that a bit, but what he essentially meant was, whatever may happen to you, and it could be horrible. What's happening right now to you, your people or your society, your country? It's happened before, somewhere, somehow. Not exactly the same way. Historical parallels are never entirely parallel. You know, all that history repeats itself. Now it doesn't. Yes, it rhymes and all that stuff. You've heard all that. Parallels are the way we think, even when they're not always direct. But whatever's happening has to some degree happened before. It's happened somewhere before. That's why we do history. What do we have history for? But to ground us, to root us, and to put us in stories that sometimes do inspire us, and sometimes are fun. The third part of this course, although it's kind of going to be in and out all the way through, is, and look, I'm confessing this now, I realized this course was going to lead right up to I hear there's an election. And we have about 3 weeks left in the course after Election Day. Now, hopefully the election will be over. And we will know a winner and a loser, although we've had a few in recent history where that wasn't entirely clear. A couple, anyway. So I'm rooting this as in the title of the course. In Sinclair Lewis's famous refrain in his very famous novel, It Can't Happen Here. Can it happen here? Now, it is something I'd like to really complicate with you. It can be a lot of things. To Sinclair Lewis in 1935, in that massive bestseller, it was fascism. And we're going to read the book. How many of you have ever read Lewis's It Can't Happen Here? Yeah, okay. Well, you can get any edition you want. I think the bookstore has the Signet. It's, well, I don't need to show it to you. It's a bleak but a remarkable story about a fascist movement in America that, well, takes over. I guess by 1939 in the novel. But in it can be many things in a democracy like ours, in a pluralistic society like ours. It might just be forms of authoritarianism that creep in, or forms of ideological aggression by both sides, or all sides. It could be forms of slavery, reviving. And many of you know this. I mean, there are forms of the enslavement of people in the world today, all over the world, in human trafficking, in sex trafficking, especially in labor trafficking, in the making of all kinds of products and minerals and resources. This is a hotly debated issue and question, but there are probably more people enslaved. I say probably because, boy, do people debate this one and fight about it. And they fight for grants to get more money to research it more. But there are more slaves in the world today than there certainly were at the time of the American Civil War, if you included Brazil, Cuba, and the United States. They're in different forms of bondage. And they're in different forms of no-exit dead ends. And in some cases, they are chattel. in those tea fields of India. And the shrimp boat, the shrimp fishing business in the Pacific, the South China Sea. And it could be a 9/11. Remember that? Some of you don't, I know. It's hard to be a teacher now. Let's see. Donald Trump, you've heard of him. Yeah, sure. Anyway, a 9/11 was never supposed to happen on American soil. I mean, how could that happen? Remember that? It was like, how could this happen? Why do they hate us? Who are they? Pearl Harbor wasn't supposed to happen. Fort Sumter was quite a long way coming, but it wasn't supposed to happen that way. There are many of these kinds of events in history. I just call them the shock of events. Events that you don't see coming, and then everybody changes some kind of position to it after it happens. And those who don't study events, and I have fantastic colleagues, I have renowned colleagues who tend to study social history. I do social history, cultural history, the systems, the forces, the communities, the ideologies through which people build societies. Social history won the history revolution in the last half century. But sometimes events still occur that punctuate that, and we get shocked by them. How could that have happened? 2016 was a shock to our system. It could be something like voter suppression. There's been voter suppression throughout American history. I mean, the earliest forms of voter suppression were just disfranchisement. You're black, you can't vote. You're a woman, you don't vote. Now we have a whole variety of other kinds of voter suppression. But that's not supposed to happen either. That can't happen here. They can't do that. You can't call up and ask for 11,000 votes from the... You can't do that. That can't happen. How about disease and pandemics? I mean, oh my God. A once-in-a-century pandemic was COVID, or is COVID. I guess there's a new strand out and a new vaccine that Yale's going to have by September. Get your shots. And then there's this thing called civil war. For the first time in my way too long career, I've been living through some years now where the question from the press, and I've been on panels, I've done debates. I debated my wonderful colleague Akil Amar on this one. I forget what podcast it was. And I also did it with Rich Lowry, the editor of the National Review. No, that was on Trump. Sorry, no, that was a different one. Anyway, lots of books have come out. Is America on the brink of some kind of new civil war? Well, if so, what would that look like? What would it even mean in the 21st century? Would it look anything like the first Civil War? No. That's the easy answer. There's been a recent, very popular movie called Civil War. You've seen it? By the British filmmaker. How many people saw it? It's really bloody. That's why you didn't see it, I guess. It was very popular for a month or two. Horrible. A totally dystopian story about America after its collapse. It is in the midst of civil war, and almost nobody knows even what they're fighting about. I'd urge you to see it, but, take a deep breath. It can be many things. Can it happen here? Can it happen here again? How do we know? Okay. I want to do just a couple of other things in this first gathering. I hope this course can answer a bunch of questions, at least begin to. By the way, history rarely answers anything utterly definitively. If you see a blurb on a book that says it's the definitive study, read the next blurb. I have two rules with myself for writing blurbs, and I write way too many of them. I never use the word definitive, and I never use the word contribution. I hate that word. This is a fascinating contribution to our understanding of. All you got to do is fill in the blank. Contribution. We're all writing. Well, of course we are, but come on, we can do better than that. You got to have an action verb in your blurbs. You can't just call it a contribution. Jesus. But I do hope this course gets at some of these questions. Why and how are universities probing, telling, unearthing their own past? Why are we doing this? Why didn't we just sit this problem out, as we had for decades and centuries? That's part of the underlying thread of our book on Yale and slavery. Yale didn't always suppress its history as much as it just walked around it. Just tried hard to ignore it, or tried to process it through, especially by the 19th century, a robust faith in moderation. Moderate. Yale had to stay cautious. How did this little college, forged out along the Long Island Sound by 10 ministers whose names are all above Woodbridge Hall, next time you're over, right up the street, center campus, Beinecke Plaza, Woodbridge Hall, what used to be called Wolsey Hall, now Schwarzman Center. Those buildings, by the way, not the Beinecke, which was built to a good deal later, but those buildings were Yale's bicentennial buildings. They were opened in 1901 for the 200th anniversary of Yale. Woodbridge Hall is named for one of the 10 founders of Yale, who was also the largest slaveholder among them. He owned approximately 26 people in his lifetime, mostly Africans or African Americans, some Native Americans. 7 of the 10 clerical founders of Yale were slaveholders. Their names are still there on Woodbridge Hall, and I think they should stay there. That's just my opinion, but it may not matter. I think they should stay there. But I think we really, really, really need to reinterpret that. That's a glorious building, by the way, national landmark piece of architecture. It's a beautiful building. But you may know it's not even occupied now. The president's office isn't there anymore. Along the way in this project, I kept just suggesting to Peter and others, why not make that the Yale Museum? Start every tour there. Explain that building. Explain the names. At the heart of the museum, have an exhibition on Yale and slavery. That's where you start. And then you can have exhibitions on all kinds of other things, all the geniuses who've come through here, the way Yale showed the world how to bring sciences into university education, the way Yale forged theology schools beyond anyone else, the way Yale did lots and lots of things. First. A third question might be how and when and against what traditions, or what they called here in the 19th century the regular order, how, when, and against what traditions did Yale develop anti-slavery ideas and action at times? There is a fledgling anti-slavery movement at Yale. We'll talk about it. We'll do a whole lecture on that. By the 1830s, 40s, 50s, leading up to the Civil War, and then the Civil War tore this place apart. Mostly. It never closed. It lost all of its Southern students, and it would spend the next half century trying aggressively to get them back. Another question will be, how can we understand in a relatively short way the causes, course, and consequences of the American Civil War and Reconstruction? the most divisive event in American history, the pivot, hinge point, whatever. I mean, I know it's my field, but everybody thinks, you know, the thing they study is the hinge point of all things in humanity. But some of us are right. The United States is a different place after that horrible war. It's a different place after Reconstruction, even though Reconstruction all but died or was destroyed. Related to that question, can the victories of the American Civil War, which have always seemed to a great degree settled, right? Emancipation. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, well, those amendments were not settled, as you may know. And we fight about the 14th Amendment every day in America. Almost 2/3 of all litigation in American courts is 14th Amendment litigation. I just signed my organization, the Organization of American Historians, of which I'm fated for my sins to be the current president. We just signed an amicus brief to the Sixth Court of Appeals before it goes to the Supreme Court about the rights of trans children to basic education. That's a 14th Amendment case. It's Section 1, 14th Amendment. And a big question. I hope you walk out of here with at least something to argue about the question, so what is this thing called history? What is this thing called memory? How are they different? How did you grow up with a certain, family, personal, collective memory in your mind until you got to school and they started messing it up, with history? Where does history fit with memory? Where does memory fit with history? How are they different? And lastly, I really do want to try to complicate this question. What are we going through? This is a course, more than most history courses I teach, that really wants to address the question of past and present. Not in an openly political way every day, although I've verged on that already here, apologies. But past and present are always connected. That's why I put that quote from Mark Bloch in the introduction on the syllabus. Look at that. Mark Bloch was arguably one of the most heroic historians who ever lived. He was writing his magnificent little book called The Craft of History, which is how we do history, how we think in historical ways, during his work in the French resistance against the Nazis. He wrote much of that book in farmhouses and barns and wherever he could hide. And he produced a manuscript that was about 2/3 finished before he was finally captured and executed by a Nazi firing squad in the field. But he got the manuscript to a friend who passed it on. Other people managed to finish it for him. And there's no more beautiful statement of the nature of our craft of history, especially that relationship of past and present. And God, did he know that? Than in Mark Bloch's The Craft of History. Now, sorry, I have one other thought over there. Now, good. We've all been treated to, kind of founder mania. If only we were abiding by the founders. If only we were listening to the founders. We might not be in some of the messes we get into. If only we abided by the Constitution. Well, Americans have never always abided by the Constitution. We've always fought like hell over that document. But you know what they were obsessed with? And I did not understand this until literally last year when I read Jeffrey Rosen's new book called Pursuit of Happiness. Jeff Rosen is the director of the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. Great constitutional historian, trained here at Yale, of course. I didn't go to Yale, by the way. I can admire all these people who did, because I didn't go here. But in this book, I'll just mention it. It's possible I'll refer to it again. Jeff was isolated at home for a year or year and a half during COVID. He couldn't go out. He couldn't go to work. So what did he do? He decided to do something all of us may dream of, but he did it. He took 4 or 5 hours every morning, did not turn on his phone, did not turn on his laptop, did not turn on anything electronic except a coffee maker, and he read the moral philosophers that the founders read. Cicero, Aristotle, etc., etc., etc. The ancients, the classical writers on virtue, and Enlightenment writers on things like civic good. And Jeff has written this beautiful book trying to show, even though these men were horribly contradictory. Do you know, Jefferson had a list of his 10 most important moral philosophers. He'd read them all very carefully. You go through this list and you think, oh, Tom, how could you still own 200 people? Oh. Or John Adams, a Puritan, full of contradictions. But he read everybody. They were all obsessed with Cicero. I didn't know any of that. I didn't have that education. And now I'm trying to. But you know what they were obsessed with in crafting that Constitution? They were upset. Maybe you've read the Federalist Papers. If you haven't, you should. Come on. Yeah, that's not patriotic. That's just damn smart to read Federalist Papers. You know, Hamilton and Madison were obsessed with this problem in different ways, with factions and passions. How do you construct some kind of constitutional entity that will hold together all of this passion in this species of ours, this human nature we have that makes us fight with each other, sometimes over the most petty things, sometimes over really big things. But how do you create a structure that could contain that? Well, what did they do? They came up with checks and balances. They came up with an independent judiciary. Yeah, I know. Oy. And they came up with that executive, a really new idea of an executive, getting rid of monarchy, not just getting rid of monarchy, but an executive that had quite a lot of power. Yeah, not as much as John Roberts just gave them, to be honest. Come on, let's be honest about that. Here's Madison in Federalist number 57. The aim of every political constitution is or ought to be first to obtain for rulers who possess most wisdom to discern. We want rulers with the most wisdom to discern. Go out and find one. And, he went on, the most virtue to pursue the common good of society. And in the next place, he said, this is key, to take the most effectual precautions for keeping them virtuous whilst they continue to hold their public trust. Find the virtuous leader, and then structure precautions to keep them virtuous. Oy. Alexander Hamilton, known mostly now through songs, but in Federalist number 1, right at the beginning of the Federalist Papers, here's what he said. It has been frequently remarked that it seems to have been reserved to the people of this country by their conduct and example to decide the important question whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force. That's Hamilton asking in the first sentence of Federalist Number 1, can human beings do this? Can they create it? Can they create democracy? And live with it, within it, do it? We're 240-some years later. The Constitution has been amended and changed and fought over for a very long time. Nothing changed the U.S. Constitution like the Civil War. Nothing like those three great amendments. Well, how are we doing? How are we doing with all that? Okay. The last thing I want to do is reflect with you just for, I think I have 8 or 9 minutes left. Is that what I see on my watch? 10, maybe? Sorry, but this is the, that's the A.L. War Memorial, in case you didn't know. Why does this period of the middle of the 19th century, the war and the Reconstruction era, have a hold on us? More books written on Lincoln, more books written on the Civil War than any other subjects, et cetera, et cetera. We could say, well, it's just because of all those nuts who are military history buffs. But that's not true. That's really not true. It may look that way in the front of some bookstores, but it's really not true. I've learned that with some of my own writings. Americans want to read history, folks. What are you doing here? They want to read history. And they want to be challenged. And it doesn't always have to be happy or progressive. Let me suggest to you 7 or 8 reasons, and there are more, and we can keep reflecting on this. You may come up with your own. If you do, let me know. I can add it to this list. Why does the Civil War and Reconstruction era, our most divisive event, which we're going to reflect forward on, back on, and so on, why does it have a hold on us? Number one, demographics. It's still true that approximately, even with our bewildering diversity, our wonderful diversity in America, our incredible scale of Asian immigration, Caribbean immigration, African immigration, immigration from all over the world. Huge political issue, of course. But still about 1 out of every 3, it's diminishing a bit, Americans can trace their family directly to someone in the Civil War. It doesn't mean they all do it. It doesn't. I mean, they don't all get up every day and do Ancestry.com. But a lot of them do. That means there's a personal connection, and I have found this out in many ways. I had a student here once. He did a senior thesis with me. He was Korean-born. His family immigrated when he was just an infant. He grew up in Minneapolis. And he lands in my office, and he's a Civil War buff. And I was a little silly. I was a little stupid. I said, why? I mean, I should have. No. He said, I don't know. It just seems so important. I thought, God, that's the best answer you can hear from any student. Why do you study physics? Well, it's pretty important. What about astronomy? Ooh, pretty important. Good. My Korean Civil War fanatic. Man, and he was. I said, you didn't get this from your parents, did you? No. How about a high school teacher? Not really. I figured that's got to be. No. Second reason this period has a hold on us is loss. Loss. Think about it. Americans have never experienced loss in war or otherwise, war or pandemic, like they did between 1861 and 1865. Approximately 750,000 Americans died in that war from military causes. That's combat and disease. We don't even have numbers for civilian loss. There are estimates emerging, 50 to 100,000 possibly. There could be 1 million eventually of total deaths. But if you were to put the number of Civil War dead on the Vietnam Memorial per capita to the Vietnam era, which granted did last 12 years, instead of 60,000 roughly names on the Vietnam Memorial, you'd have close to 7 million. I don't think we can really imagine a memorial with 7 million names on it. Even it would be from one end to the other of the Washington Mall. Almost. Loss. And I could go on this one. Why is Walt Whitman one of our greatest poets? There are many reasons, and you will hear me quote him more than you may wish. He's our great death poet. He's a poet of many things. Well, actually, Whitman wrote about everything. Literally, everything. Including democracy. Read his poem called Oh, Democracy. Read Whitman on democracy. It's Whitman who said, democracy is me learning that I must make sure that other people or my neighbor has everything I have. Sure, Walt. That ain't easy. I'm not going to share my 401k. Third, Americans love epic stories. Epic. What's an epic? Usually it's some kind of big cultural story that explains the nature of a people. Or it's a big story of death, suffering, and survival. It's sometimes a national story. Epics usually have beginnings, middles, and ends, and they have heroes and villains. And they can become very melodramatic. The Civil War fits that if you want it to. William Dean Howells, a great literary historian, critic, novelist, etc., wrote in 1900, he said, Americans love a tragedy as long as they can give it a happy ending. Give us a good tragedy. We'll figure out a happy ending for it. That's also called a Hollywood screenwriter. Fourth, modernity. I know that's an abstraction, that's a concept. What is modernity? Define it. It's got a lot of definitions. It's not just skyscrapers. It's not just industrialization. It certainly is the growth of the struggles of capital and labor. It certainly has something to do with the recreation of government itself, and indeed what we've come to call big government, which came out of the Civil War. You'll hear a lot more about that later. But the United States, such as it survived that era through Reconstruction and beyond, became more modern. And that is usually used as a positive thing, isn't it? Oh, she's really modern. They didn't say that about Madonna. They didn't know what to call her. I'm reading a new biography of Madonna. Don't ask me why. The reason is I'm on a book prize committee for biography, and there's a 900-page biography of Madonna. Nobody knew what to call her. She was so outrageous. She broke every rule there was to break. They would call her modern, no, postmodern, postmodern, and they just quit trying to figure out what to call her. Sorry? Oh. Outrageous is usually what they call her. And fifth or sixth, whatever number I'm on, the Civil War was a moral convulsion. If you're looking and there are plenty of places to find this, God knows. if you're looking for something in the past that caused a moral convulsion in the whole society, made people reorient themselves, made them recreate institutions, made them destroy things in order to recreate them in terrible bloodletting, this is an event that is a moral convulsion. You can make it romantic if you want. You know, it's a lot of heroic people struggling for what they believed in. They all fought for the right as they understood it, says the reconciliationist. But as Andy Delbanco, a great cultural historian, said, it was a modern monster who accepted Lee's surrender with laconic decency at Appomattox. The Union war machine, indeed, in order to win a war, had become a modern monster. Sixth, unity. We love unity when we can make it feel good. And it should feel good. I'm not against unity, God knows. But what have we done with our Civil War? We've tended at times, well, you'll see this. It's what Yale did right here. We took all this divisiveness, we took all this horror, all this blood, all this racism and slavery itself, and we said in the end, well, we all just got better for it. We unified out of all that division. And don't we hope for that always? Look at the Middle East. Who doesn't hope against hope that there's some way in this century, that there wasn't in the last, to some kind of unity in the Middle East? Undergraduates, solve that problem. There's a lot of Nobel Prizes waiting there. And last but not least, the Civil War is America's first great racial reckoning. How many times have you heard that phrase in our recent times? Whether it was around the George Floyd murder and all that flowed from that summer of 2020, or whether it was back when Trayvon Martin was murdered and so many other people in police situations. We were having a racial reckoning when President Obama was elected. We were having a racial reckoning in, pick your date, 1968, 1972, etc., etc. The Civil War is a place where America destroyed itself and then had to recreate itself. And what it recreated came out of all those graves of 1863, 64, 65. Reckoning's a nice word. We like that word because it implies that we're solving something. And we may be. We may indeed be. We hope we are. We're having a reckoning. That means we're getting together on Thursday nights and we're deciding what to do. Or are we? Maybe we're not getting together on Thursday night to decide what to do. Maybe we're just doing some voter registration. I don't know. Now, there are many other reasons this has a hold on us, not the least of which is, can America survive with a social contract that says all are welcome, all are citizens if born here? It says what the 3 sentences of Section 1 of the 14th Amendment say, and then does it? Can America have a social contract rooted in the Voting Rights Act of 1965? Yes, we thought so for nearly 50 years, until Shelby v. Holder. Can America have a social contract around certain cultural issues? I don't even need to name them, do I? Until we sometimes find, because of a court decision or something else, that, well, maybe we don't. And can America hold itself together? It did not hold itself together in 1860-61. Can America hold itself together when it fails at devising that unified social contract and has to think of another way forward. A last little point. Had a call last week from a reporter at The Guardian. He said, I just want to talk to you about this one main question. These guys, they have to write an article, and it was due an hour ago. He says, I'm trying to write a piece about, has America ever faced an election cycle that seemed this divisive, this dangerous? He kept using these words. He was kind of stumbling along. And I said, sir, this is a big one, but as long as you don't use the word ever, because you're forgetting 1860. He said, oh, yeah, no, that's right. That's, yeah. That one broke up the Union. It led to civil war. You can say it didn't have to if you want, but it did. So work on that ever, and then go for it. This is a big one. And here, we talked for like 45 minutes. So what are the ingredients of division that were there in 1860 that may or may not be there now? And some of those parallels don't work. They just don't. Some do. Some do. Like a decreasing confidence in institutions that hold us together. I actually never read his piece. I hope he got the word ever out of it. I don't know. Okay, undergraduates, you are going to meet your sections next week. I'm going to introduce real quickly my TAs. Jackie Wu, raise your hand, Jackie. Emily Yankowitz, Wolf Solar, and Ella Starkman-Himes. All are advanced graduate students here in the history department. Wolf and Emily are early Americanists primarily. Ella is a Civil War Reconstruction historian. Jackie is a 20th century historian of Asian American history and many other things. And I am blessed to have them working with me. So sign up. Sections are there to be chosen. And to everybody else, you're supposed to send your questions through Michael Hepp, who has supposedly sent all of you the syllabus. Is that a yes or no? Yes. All right. Thank God. And I will see you next Tuesday. Today is a venture into the problem of memory, the differences between history and memory, where memory begins in our neuroscience. I'm not a neuroscientist. I just sometimes read them. There's a character in Plato's Republic. You may or may not remember reading that. His name is Glaucon. At one point, he tells Socrates that people would behave ethically only if they thought they were being watched. And there are neuroscientists who have said, Glaucon got it right. Are we ethical only when we're monitored? Do our brains work toward the good, the honest and the true, whatever, even the altruistic when we're watched? Is that why we have law? Because these human creatures are not. I mean, that's a cynical view, isn't it, of Glaucon? But was he right? Now, memory is arguably our most powerful human capacity. Think about it for a moment. We are the only species that we know of that can actually know its own history. Now, there may be some that can. We haven't come to understand it yet in all of our powers. But we're the only species that can know its own past know that it knows its own past, and write it up and accumulate it in huge libraries. No other species does that we know of. Dolphins, maybe they have an archive way deep in the ocean. We haven't found it yet. Stephen Jay Gould, the great paleontologist, evolutionary biologist, now gone, wrote book after book after book about evolution, was once sitting in the Vatican. This, Jewish American evolutionary biologist was at some big conference in Rome, and he went over to, maybe you've been to St. Peter's, and you sit in that dome and you realize, whoa, man. He sat, and this was during the brinksmanship of the 1980s, the nuclear brinksmanship of the 1980s, between, Brezhnev and Reagan. Those were past presidents of two world powers in a decade previous to this century. But I think he was there at a nuclear, non-proliferation conference or something. But what I remember about what he wrote about was amazing. He said, here I sit in this most magnificent edifice of the oldest institution in Western civilization. Now, you might get an argument on that, but the Catholic Church. And we humans have the capacity to destroy all creation, all memory. How can that be? Well, presumably because our reason, our logic, our scientific quest figured out how to split the atom, how to do nuclear fusion, how to create nuclear fuel, how to test it, and how to make it into a bomb, big bombs, huge bombs. You ever been in any place like that where you at least take the time to reflect about the whole species? We don't take that kind of time very often. Who's got time to think about the whole species? Hard enough to think about ourselves in relation to the next terrible crises we're in. But let me reflect with you just for a moment on what neuroscientists are doing with this. And again, I am no neuroscientist. So those of you who are, correct me later. Don't embarrass me right away, but embarrass me later. There's a really cool new book out, brand new, from Yale University Press called Why We Remember. It's by a neuroscientist, cognitive scientist named Sharan Raghunath. Amazing book, where he takes you through several chapters. He's trying to write it for laymen, and I understood some of it. He's writing it for laymen about how this thing works called memory. How do we remember? Why do we remember? Why is this capacity in us so powerful, and why is its loss so terrifying? He says that we are essentially programmed to forget more than remember. And that forgetting is one of the ways we survive, we endure, we sometimes can control the passions that might overwhelm us, make us kill somebody or do whatever. Literal recall, he shows, and this is, of course, you might sort of understand this by intuition already, whatever that is, but literal recall is almost totally irrelevant. How many times in a single day, though, do you say, I vividly remember? Oh, I remember. Do you? How many times have you told that story, that really special, cool story? I once struck out Steve Garvey in an inter-squad game. I know you don't know who Steve Garvey is, maybe, but he's actually running for the U.S. Senate right now in California against Adam Schiff. and he's become a right-wing Republican. Steve was always kind of over there somewhere. But Steve was a great baseball player. Many, many years in the majors. He probably should be in the Hall of Fame. We were on the same baseball team at Michigan State. And all we ever did in fall practice is play inter-squad games. And the regular hitters were not allowed to make an out. They either hit or got on, and they stayed there no matter how many times you walked them. But finally, after probably walking them 3 times, I struck him out on a slider in the dirt. And I've never forgotten, I struck out Steve Garvey. At least I think I did. I've told that so many times, though, I really wonder now. How does memory get triggered for you? God knows, all kinds of ways. Sounds, smells, sights, taste. The smell and taste of garlic, where does it take you? A face. God, I know that person. Where do I know her from? You know, how many times a day do you do that? I all the time. Or I should know that person. Or damn, how can I? How about a word? You hear a word, it just triggers something, takes you somewhere. Takes you home, maybe. I can hear a Midwestern accent sometimes. Tim Walsh's accent takes me home to my uncles. For better or worse, they didn't quite have his politics, my uncles. How about the lyric of a song? Song lyrics are one of the most, especially in the modern era, one of the most powerful triggers of memory. I can hear 2 chords of a Springsteen song and I'm somewhere right away. Various places. Born. I'm already somewhere. In the U.S. This guy in this book, Why We Remember, says, memory is like an invisible hand that guides our lives. We don't even know it much of the time. He also shows us, as so much neuroscience has, that memory is almost completely malleable. We like our memories to sit still, don't we? Come on, sit down. Stop changing. Stay there. Because I remember that. But every time we have a memory, we actually are remaking it, according to the neuroscience. And they have all this MRI evidence for this now, folks. They've been doing this since, this has really been revolutionized since the 1990s. When I got into studying collective memory, social memory, Civil War memory, et cetera, I started getting invited once in a while to these conferences on memory, which were all organized by neuroscientists. I had no idea what they were talking about. But they wanted 1 or 2 token historians who could come and talk about social memory. They'd put us kind of on the end after they would do all their data study after data study after data study. Amazing stuff. And what they were finding is that memories are really copies of a copy 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 of a copy. That's kind of disconcerting in a way, isn't it? Come on. I got to have some memories of your mother. Ralph Waldo Emerson once wrote, Emerson wrote about everything, as some of you may know, and he wrote an essay on memory. It's a lovely, wonderful little essay on memory. And among other things he says in it, we remember at the extremes. Emerson wasn't a neuroscientist now, but he said, we remember at the extremes. Remember the things we love the most and the things we hate the most. All the rest in that middle is life, the rest of our life. This all happens, though, because of neural connections. There's a hippocampus in the middle of your brain. They say it's shaped like a seahorse. I don't know, but that's what they say. I've never seen one. I hope they never have to see mine. But in that hippocampus, which is right in the middle of your brain, is where most memory is at least stored. So that's what was always believed. Had to be. It's the deep part of the brain. And it seemed to be the central headquarters of memory, the archive. You ever use the metaphor for your brain and your memory? Like my files aren't coming through today for me. That must be in the next file, or the next file, the next file, file. But now they have a lot of research that says the frontal cortex, the front of your brain, actually is very involved in memory and may be the kind of sorting out place. You may not even care about this. Where does memory act? This is what neuroscientists get multi-million-dollar grants to study. They're trying to locate everything in the brain. It happens here, and here, and a little bit here. I mean, it does make you in awe. It makes me in awe. This thing we all have. This magnificent thing. This human brain that we got and the other animals didn't. It's been estimated that there are about 86 billion neurons. I don't know what that means. In that gray matter circling the interior of your brain, protecting it. Well, the bone, the skull protects it, but so does that gray matter. 86 billion neurons. And many of those neurons have only one connection to something else. One purpose. Well, what the hell do all the rest of them do? Now, I want you to think a little bit more about this, and then I'll leave it and go to the question of social collective memory, which is where this business of why universities would study their past, why, peoples, why churches, why neighborhoods, why anybody, nations will study their past and go figure it out and try to put it into a story. That's our main subject. But there's some writers worth knowing on this, namely Daniel Kahneman. Some of you may indeed be familiar with Daniel Kahneman because he wrote a massive bestseller. He just died recently. Great psychologist, although he won the Nobel Prize in economic science because he wrote about almost everything. But his roots are in neuroscience and psychology. Daniel Kahneman wrote a book, Thinking Fast and Slow. It was like bestseller list for 6 years or something. He wrote for normal people. And I can read some of him. And God, is he good. He helps us understand, whether you fully buy it all. He created this theory he called System 1 and System 2 thinking. You can like it or hate it. System 1 is our intuition. System 1 is fast. It's our reactions. It's our emotions. It's kind of unreasoned. It's like our first reactions. You see a car accident, you have an immediate reaction. You see a friend, you have an immediate reaction. You hear an idea, you have an immediate reaction. We do. We have an instinctive reaction. That's System 1 thinking. It's where passion lies, and probably even unreason, but it's our initial reaction. This is based on loads and loads and loads and loads of MRI research, how people react. The second system, System 2 thinking, is slower. It's reasoning. It's reflection. Kahneman goes on to argue it's lazier. Oh, I need to think about that. Or as my British friends always say, let me give that a think. I like that phrase. I'm going to give it a think. Might take 10 days giving that a think. This is our rationality, our reason, our analytical capacities. This is where we have some rules to follow. Logic, evidence, research. In my field, we have some serious rules. What you can do and not do. Now, They have evidence, and this is a big debate in neuroscience, I'm told, or I've read, that possibly as much as, this is scary to me, possibly as much as 80% of our thinking comes in system 1. Let's say it's 70, that's still pretty scary. If 70 or 80% of our thinking is system 1 thinking, instinct, reaction, unreason, passion, and 20 or 30% is rationality and reason and logic and reflection that takes time, slow thought. How does that fit our world? How many times a day do you get to just slow down and reflect? I had a professor in graduate school, Paul Conkin. God bless him, bless his soul. This guy taught intellectual history, a giant in American intellectual history. If you're looking him up, you'll see lots and lots of books. Paul used to say his office hours were all day. Well, this was sort of intimidating, to say the least, if you want to come. And Paul would always have note cards. We used to use note cards for research. He'd have note cards all over his desk and adjoining tables, and you'd just go in, professor, hello. He'd stop working. He'd talk with you. But he had a saying that for every hour you spend reading, graduate student, you should spend at least, come on back. Come on. Sorry, what do I hit? Not laptop. No, I'm hitting projector on. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Carl's back there working it. All right. Anyway. 1 hour you spend reading, spend 1 hour in reflection. And you're telling that to a wildly busy graduate student who can't get his reading done. Sure, professor, but damned if that guy didn't do it. Do you spend 1 hour reflecting for every hour you spend reading? Do you spend 1 hour reflecting for every hour you spend right here? I don't. We live in a world now that is so fast, right? We're bombarded by media, bombarded by ideas, bombarded by information. And here these neuroscientists telling us that we should slow down. We should just slow down. Just slow down. Okay. There are other writers. Jonathan Haidt has taken the Kahneman thesis and taken it to even other distances. There's a whole lot of other writers. Jonathan Haidt wrote a remarkable book, debated much, called The Righteous Mind. In it, he says, in effect, instinct rules us. System 1 thinking rules us, and our reason is really just our lawyer or our press secretary that do the spin for us. Because instinct is in charge. Passion and instinct and emotion are really in charge. And Jonathan Haidt wrote his book, Righteous Mind, aiming at politics. He said, you want to affect elections? You want to go out and campaign and win? Make it emotional. I mean, we kind of know that. And Vice President Harris is running a campaign now that is about fun and loving your country. With some Beyonce in the background. And sometimes people are saying, well, wait a minute. Give us a little more substance here. Give me a little more. And, yeah, I suppose they will. But is reason, as David Hume, a philosopher people don't necessarily like anymore, but is reason, as David Hume once wrote, the slave of passion? Oh, no? Okay. Did I hit something? Maybe I did. I'm so sorry. I don't. Anyway. All right. Enough of the neuroscientist, perhaps, for the moment. Sorry. I'm fascinated with what they do, partly because it's new to me. You know, Okay, we'll get to a few pictures in a minute. Thinking Fast and Slow was a revelation to me. You must experience this when you actually get to, whether it's attending a lecture or reading a book, somebody says, you should read this. And it's totally new to you. I love that. I don't get that very often because I have way too much to read that I have to read. I can't get that read. But when I can actually go read something that's really new and it makes me think differently, makes me go into my system 2 thinking, at least have a visit until I get thrown back out because I looked up a baseball score. Oh, shit, you know. All right. What happens when memory becomes blank? No. Guys have lost the pictures somehow. I don't know. Anyway, what happens when memory becomes something we do in groups? How do groups remember? Well, they remember by telling stories. They remember by narratives. They remember by the stories they tell each other. And a group becomes a group when they can find reasonable or emotional agreement on that memory. There are differences between history and memory, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But some of my favorite philosophers, well, in fact, every philosopher has written about memory. I don't know if anybody's a major in philosophy. Every philosopher has written about memory. Every novelist writes about memory. What do they have? But memory, to begin with. Now, historical novelists go out and do research, too. But they still got some of themselves in it. Historians do this, too. We have a whole bunch of other rules to follow. Pierre Nora, a French historian back in the 70s who wrote a series of books called Lieux de Mémoire, which means places of memory. Nora was all bent out of shape because the French weren't going to their monuments. And he thought they should be visiting Napoleon's tomb and all the great monuments and the commemorative sites of French history. They were losing it. They were losing hold of the French Revolution. They didn't even know who they were anymore, those French people. They'd lost the Catholic Church because nobody went anymore. They had Notre Dame, which all the world wanted to see, but nobody went to church. So Nora wrote this incredible work of scholarship called Lieux de Mémoire, Places of Memory. Why places sometimes are how we remember. A place makes us think back, makes us connect with this part of the story and that part of the story, and then we add to the story. But Nora said, memory dictates, but history just writes. And he got all kind of crazy and worried that historians were just carving away the depth of social memory. People were losing their churches and losing their clubs and their bowling alley. He didn't write Bowling Alone. That came from an American named Putman later. But you know, the French just didn't know who they were anymore. They had nothing to tie them down. And historians were just writing all this social history about forces in the past. And there weren't any events anymore. He was really a mess. But he inspired a whole lot of people to study this thing called memory. I was in the History and Memory Working Group at Harvard way back in the early 90s, which is partly where I got interested in memory. And the first reading we did was Pierre Nora's initial article on Lieux de Mémoire. My favorite writer on memory is one of the oldest, St. Augustine, in the 3rd century, 4th century. In the Confessions, Augustine has about a 30 to 40-page section on the nature of memory. That's a work of theology, of course, but he has a whole section on what memory might actually be, partly because he's terrified that God knows his memory. Knows what he's done. Augustine says, "Great is the power of memory. It's a fearful thing. Oh my God, a deep and boundless manifoldness, and this thing is the mind, and this am I myself." It's Augustine coming to his conclusion that he is his memory. You are your memory. You cease to be fully human without it. You may not know who you are without it. Now, then there's Mark Twain. Yeah, you're already chuckling. Why not? Twain warned us about memory. He said, when I was young, I could remember everything, whether it happened or not. But now that I'm old, I remember only the things that never happened. I'm sorry if that had a little resonance. Everybody's written about memory. Memory can become, of course, when it mixes with history, very sentimental. It can become very nostalgic. This is where the collision of history and memory get to be troublesome but fascinating and necessary. But sometimes what do we do with the mix of memory and history? Well, we make history fit memory. You want to find a story you want to live in? You want to find a story you believe in? You want to find a story with good ancestors who did good in the world. Who didn't want to live? Who didn't want a grandfather who saved the world somehow? I'll tell you how I learned what my German-born grandfather actually did in World War I. God, I was not there for that, but I was. But we can get very sentimental about what gets remembered and how it gets tied to how we view history. One of my very favorite examples is this, and I'm going to read the quote. It comes from the great William James, the great American philosopher of the late 19th, early 20th century. He wrote a now famous essay called The Moral Equivalent of War. He wrote it in 1910, just before he died. He had become by then a very active member of the American Anti-Imperialist Society. James had always struggled with his views on war and how his brothers had gone to serve in the Civil War and he had not. Here's what he said, warning us about what we, the country, had done with the memory of the Civil War by 1910. Quote, "There is something highly paradoxical in the modern man's relation to war. Ask all our millions, north or south, whether they would vote now, were such a thing possible, to have our war for the Union expunged from history, and the record of a peaceful transition to the present time substituted for that of its marches and battles. And probably hardly a handful of eccentrics would ever say yes. Those ancestors, those efforts, those memories, those legends, and the most ideal part of what we now own together, a sacred spiritual possession worth more than all the blood poured out." He says, ironically, "Yet ask those same people whether they would be willing in cold blood to start another civil war now to gain another similar possession. And not one man or woman would vote for the proposition. In modern eyes, precious though wars may be, they must not be waged solely for the sake of the ideal harvest. Only when forced upon one, only when an enemy's injustice leaves us no alternative is war now thought permissible." And that's before World War I broke out. All those people out there yearning for a civil war. Oh, we might be on the verge of a new civil war. I'm going to take up that question on Thursday, so I'll be quiet about it now. Should read William James. History and memory. History, this is my argument, is what trained historians do. It's a reasoned reconstruction of the past rooted in research. It tends to be critical and skeptical of human motives and action, and therefore it is more secular than what people commonly refer to as memory. History can be read by or belong to everyone. It assesses change and progress over time and is therefore more relative, more contingent upon things like place, chronology, scale. Memory, however, is often treated as a sacred set of potentially absolute meanings. Or stories. Don't tell me what happened at D-Day. My grandfather did. Oh, really? How much did your grandfather actually see that day? Memory is often owned. History gets interpreted. Memory is passed down through generations. History gets revised. Memory often coalesces around objects and sacred sites and monuments. History seeks to understand contexts and complexity of cause and effect. That's why it's slower. History asserts the authority of academic training, those elitists who are always supposed to be on the coast. There are no elitists in Michigan or Minnesota, apparently. And it's run by canons of evidence, for God's sake. Memory, though, carries the often more powerful authority, System 1 thinking, of community membership. It's my community's story. It's my people's story. You can't have it, and you will not tell it. I don't care how much research you do. Now, one of the best ways to understand what we do with history and memory, or what memory ultimately is just to realize it's not rocket science, it's stories. It's story. And you know, one of the best books ever written on story is by a screenwriter. Do you know the book by Robert McKee? It's called Story, How to Do Screenwriting. Anybody planning to become an unemployed screenwriter? I have a nephew in California. He's in his 30s now. And he has 2 day jobs, but he's still trying to be a screenwriter. God bless him. He's brilliant. But anyway, stories, not just that make good melodrama, but it's how we use truth and reality to make sense of it all. Time itself can seem like tyranny. It can seem like anarchy. How do you understand time? How do you control time? Where's time going? So is our existence. Story is the way we make sense of the anarchy of time. McKee says the art of story is the dominant cultural force in the world. And I quote him further. McKee says, quote, "Story is not only our most prolific art form, but rivals all activities, work, play, eating, exercise, for our working hours. We tell and take in stories as much as we sleep, and even then, we dream." Some neuroscientists have concluded that we spend 40%, I don't know how they got to this number, don't ask me, 40% at least of all of our waking hours and unwaking hours involved in storytelling, one way or another. You're going to go to lunch with your friends. You're going to tell stories about something. It may be dull and boring. It may be exciting. You just ran into somebody. You just came out of this lecture. I didn't know what the hell it was about, but it was kind of interesting. Memory, collective memory, is about forging those stories that we live in, that we define ourselves with, that we build identity around. And then they compete. And do they compete? And that's where the politics comes. And oh, is memory full of politics? One passage on that. There's I have it up here, I think. There's a brilliant book called The Ethics of Memory by Avishai Margalit, a philosopher. I teach this course every time I do a seminar about history and memory. Apologies to anyone who took the seminar. You had to read this book. But Margalit is about trying to figure out, to the extent we can use System 2 memory, thinking, can we be moral about it? Can we develop an ethics? Can we develop a morality about how we use the past, our past, anyone's past, that makes us behave better? And of course, Margalit comes out of the tradition of, he's an Israeli philosopher by roots, and he comes out of the tradition of studying the Holocaust, or at least asking questions from the experience of the Holocaust. And among the many things he says in this brilliant little book is this: why ought humanity to remember moral nightmares rather than moments of human triumph? Think about this now in terms of universities. Why should we go there and want to know this and that and go deeper and find that and that and that about this institution or any institution, about your own country? Why dig all that up? Believe me, you get asked that when you're studying things like slavery at a university. Moments in which human beings behaved nobly. Why don't we just look for the noble? In the state of Florida, that's kind of what teaching is supposed to be now. Of course, there is something good and endearing. I'm quoting Margalit. Something good and endearing in us, humans, all over the world, remembering such glorious events and the people who were involved in them. There is heroism in history. There is. There are people who reached for the good and changed the world. But the issue for us to sort out, says Margalit, is what humanity ought to remember, rather than what it is good for humanity to remember. Ought. You should study this because it's an ought, not because it's a good. And sometimes, people like me who study slavery all their lives, or people who study the Holocaust, or people who study inequality and 100 other issues, sometimes do wonder, God, why couldn't I just study the presidency? Well, there's some, skullduggery there, too. What should humanity ought remember? All right, well, why are universities doing this now? What is the politics of this problem of the past at university? Now, you all know this. Those of you who are undergraduates, you just got here in the last 1, 2, 3 or so years by that process of admissions. Think of all those university view books you looked at. Everybody is beautiful and smiling, and they live in the multicultural dreamland of American universities, and they're all preparing to rule the world. Some of you are. It's idyllic settings. There are always photographs taken in spring. And you get all those wonderful stories of all the famous people who went to this college and the resources for this and the resources for right? Universities don't tell the terrible parts about themselves when they're promoting themselves. Of course they don't. Does your family do that? Family doesn't do that either until somebody kind of makes them because they went off and did Ancestry.com and then, oh, God. Mom, sorry, but I got to tell you about your dad or whatever. You know, do families do this? Not very easily, not very well, but they are doing it. Institutions have stories. Yale has a whole hell of a lot of stories and songs to go with it. Hey, I went to Michigan State. I'm sorry, I'm a Midwestern, I'm a Big Ten guy. I went to Michigan State. And when that idiot shot 3 students on the Michigan State campus a year ago, I was torn apart. So I wanted to go find that guy. I mean, I don't go there anymore. I haven't been there in a long, I have 2 degrees from there. And now they found me and making me come back and give all kinds of talks and stuff. But I had an identity tied. I took classes in the very building he shot everybody in. And that wasn't very rational for me to get all upset about that, was it? No, it wasn't. But you can love Yale, mostly, probably. You're going to have days when you don't. I've had to give a lot of talks to Yale alumni because of this book, in part, but there's a lot of Yale love out there. Oh, my God. Woo. But they want to know this story, at least the ones who come to the talks. They really do. Because they did have their System 2 thinking affected while they were here, apparently. I don't know. Why are universities doing this? Many, many reasons. Many reasons are historical. I have 5 minutes or 6, I think, don't I? Another brilliant book, I was going to assign it, but you got enough to read probably. If you don't, just let me know. It's called The Age of Fracture by Daniel Rogers, a former professor of mine, a great, great cultural historian. He took up the 25-year period down to when he published the book, which was in 2011. This is before Trumpism. This is in the middle of the Obama presidency. Nothing you're living through right now seems to have happened yet. But he studied the previous 25 years, and he says America is in an era of an age of fracture. Its institutions are fracturing. Its churches are fracturing. Its visions of education are fracturing. It's fracturing over race. It's fracturing over gender. It's fracturing over LGBTQ rights. It's fracturing over region. It's fracturing over urban and rural, and a host of other things. It's a brilliant analysis that only Dan could do. But it's all done even before we got to. We weren't even calling ourselves polarized yet in 2011. Now you wake up every day and decide your quotient of polarization today. Oh, I'm at about 82%. An age of disaggregation, he said. Our institution, well, and he has a lot of political analysis. How much is our Constitution truly functioning right now? What parts of our Constitution don't function very well? Several. Then you had the end of the Cold War. Actually, back up a little more. The 1990s was where most, not all, of our current culture wars really blossomed. I don't know if that's it. No, emerged. They really did, over all kinds of things, from multiculturalism to the national history standards to how to commemorate and exhibit the Enola Gay airplane at the National Air and Space Museum, which was a huge brouhaha in the late 90s. All kinds of studies done of curriculum that divided people all over the country about how history was being taught in particular. One history war after another began to happen and happen and happen. Race and gender at the heart of it. I do a course here, a seminar, undergrad seminar. I'm doing it next semester on the history wars. That's all a backdrop to this. It was only a matter of time before somebody was going to make universities look at their own past. We'd been having for a long time, on again, off again, debates over what is this thing called a Confederacy? What about Confederate monuments? How should we be assessing America's relationship to that Civil War and all that flows from it? Not just those of us who wrote books about it, but it turned out the larger culture cared. There also was a maturity to the scholarship about slavery, folks. By the 90s and into the aughts and into this century, an incredible maturity or maturization of the scholarship about slavery. It became one of the most booming fields in all history, not just in the U.S., but all over the world. And that's one of the reasons I direct a center here on this, which was founded in 1998. Shouldn't be too far behind if universities are hiring more people and studying more of the history of slavery and abolition in various locales. Well, what about the universities themselves? There was a memory boom, a genuine cultural memory boom in America and many other places. In the 1990s, there had been an earlier memory boom that had to do especially with World War I and World War II. But the memory boom of the 90s now was the memory boom born of multiculturalism. Whose memory? Which story? How do you write textbooks now in America by the year 2000 or 2010? Whoa. And I'm a co-author on a textbook. I learned something about that. It's not easy. In fact, it's damn near impossible. And then we have these repeated kinds of reckonings. Reckonings with race, especially, that often just force us to look at ourselves again. What happened in 2020? Well, everybody started issuing statements of support for, George Floyd marches. Everyone had to write a statement after statement after statement, to the extent now that we kind of don't want to have to write statements anymore. We'd rather do something real. And then there are events that force these things. The end of the Cold War, which absolutely opened up whole worlds of histories. When Eastern Europe opened up, its history opened up. What did they do in Prague? In that Prague Spring, when the communist regime in Prague fell, what did they do? They went and emptied the National Museum of everything in it and started putting up new exhibits. That ain't our history. We're going to try to show you what is. In a world doing that, histories, or the past, and memory are really up for grabs now. 9/11, need I say, made everybody change their position, their perspective somehow on America's place in the world, at least for a while, and led to all kinds of seemingly forever wars. Charleston, in 2015, when Dylan Roof, that exceedingly disturbed maniac of a young man, that neo-Confederate, walked into Emmanuel AME Church and murdered 9 people in the basement in a prayer meeting. Shocked the country. Shocked everybody. How could this happen? And a whole repositioning suddenly went on about all things Confederate, flags, monuments, and on and on and on and on and on. A little bit more later on how many Confederate monuments have actually come down. Charlottesville, Trumpism. The first university to do it was Brown. They initiated their study of themselves and their past, especially with the slave trade. I'll conclude here in just a second. In about 2001 and 2, 2003. Their report came out in 05 or 06. We did a joint conference with Brown here shortly after I came here. Then came a whole series of other universities started studying their own past. University of Virginia was one of the leaders. And our current president, Maury McInnes, worked on that study. She wrote the introduction for their book. She is a scholar of actually the domestic slave trade. She's an art historian. She likes rooms like this. She's an art historian. And then many other universities began to step it up and step it up and step it up. Yale was late to the game. We started in 2020. We have a prehistory with this, particularly the name of John C. Calhoun on a college. And I was on a committee, the renaming committee for that back when, for my sins. But finally, it became impossible for universities not to examine their own past. And so we did. Now, you're reading this week the beginnings of our book. And I just want to conclude here with old Benjamin Silliman, born down in Fairfield County to one of the largest slaveholding families in Connecticut in the late 18th century. His statue is up there on Science Hill. Next time you're on Science Hill, go say hi to Silliman. He's right there next to what's that building called? He was professor of chemistry and natural history at Yale for decades. He pioneered, absolutely pioneered bringing sciences into universities, here first. But he conducted a quite famous study of sugar production in Louisiana on a major federal grant that he got from Andrew Jackson. And by the way, Andrew Jackson owed him one. Andrew Jackson had a foster son, I think it was, who came to Yale but got thrown out. Got thrown out for, I don't know, something. And it's hard to get thrown out of Yale, right? But he got thrown out. And he got in touch with Silliman. They were old chums. Said, Professor Silliman, can you help me out here? Can you get my kid back in? And Silliman did. And in return, he got a major federal grant of money from the executive department. They didn't have such things, but Andrew Jackson invented one. And Silliman had an assistant, a man named Charles Upham Shepard, also a chemist, scientist, who helped him run this operation in Louisiana for a couple of years. And here was his basic instruction to Shepard. Open your eyes and ears to every fact connected with the actual condition of slavery everywhere, but do not talk about it. Hear and see everything, but say little. When we found that quote, which is in Silliman's letters, actually Hope McGrath, my colleague, found it. She sent it to me. Immediately I said, that's the epigraph on our book. And it is, if you look inside the cover. It sums up a good deal, not all of it, it sums up a good deal of the general collective memory and attitude about slavery and the past at Yale circa the 1830s when Silliman wrote that letter. Look at it, see it, study it, but don't publicly talk about it or deal with it. Times do change. Okay, sections start this week. Get signed up, please, immediately, because they're starting Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or is it Thursday, Friday? And on Thursday, I'll take up this question of what is a legacy? And what kind of brink is this country on? But more on universities Thursday, too. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. For students, sections are meeting this week, of course. The ones yesterday, I'm told, went very well. Anyway, so it's rumored that Americans are polarized. Divided. How badly are we polarized? Everyone wants to measure that now. Half of political science departments are getting grants to study it. There's been a lot of language in our public discourse the last, actually several years, about whether America is on the brink of some kind of new conflict or self-destruction or civil war. That term, civil war, gets bandied about very easily, usually because people aren't thinking about the real one we had in the 19th century. But let's start with the place of universities in this. Here we are in the peaceable kingdom. And sometimes it is, isn't it? Of a university. You might have a favorite place in Sterling Library to go hide for quietude. Maybe it's in your college. All the rest of us find it where we can. We like to live near universities. People retire near universities. Whole huge retirement complexes are built now near universities because universities do cool things. They have lectures and seminars and workshops, and you can get workshopped within a hair of your life at universities. Colleges and universities are among the slowest changing institutions in American life. That's a quote from Andy Delbanco in his wonderful little book called College. Andy's a scholar of American studies and literature and history and now of universities and so on and so forth at Columbia. He wrote this little book called College, which is very much worth reading. That's the title. He does a kind of a modern history of this thing called a college and what's happening to it. How's its business model doing? How has it been reshaped, just revolutionized since start wherever you want, certainly since the 1960s. Since pluralism became something at the center of American life instead of always on the edges, and then when multiculturalism became the thing in the 1990s, it reshaped it again. It's been reshaped by race, reshaped by gender, reshaped to a degree by class, in one way in earlier times and another way now. We want to believe these institutions are meritocracy. Some good books on that, too. Delbanco, I'm continuing. They are, quote, slower even than the post office. Now, our study of Yale and slavery, which you're reading this week, next week, week after, may only reinforce that perception. Because you're going to see a long story. We only go to the early 19th century, but it's a long story of slow and rocky change, lots of change, but maybe not always in the moral direction you might have wished if what you want is a pleasing and progressive and glorious story of your Yale. We have seen recently with so many universities and small colleges looking so seriously at their past with slavery and race and all kinds of other issues, perhaps we've reached a new kind of fruitful crossroad in the history of these amazing institutions we call universities. We may not exactly know yet. What are the long-term effects going to be of this kind of internal, institutional self-reflection? Is it going to mean a lot of new monuments on campuses? Is it going to mean new curriculum, apparently? Is it going to mean new understandings? Is it going to help Americans get over some of their innocence? Maybe. Even more so, we're experiencing a reckoning with the very idea, I think, of the changing mission and purpose of these colleges and universities, as well as primary and secondary schools, curriculums, the freedom to read and learn without religiously or politically driven censorship. We never had an era quite like this of book banning. Well, like since long ago. The free university, inside and outside its gates, its pursuit of diversity, its attempted meritocracy, its curriculums, and its business models are undergoing scrutiny and pressure in new ways the Puritan founders of this place could not even conceive of. Their plan was very tidy, and narrow. Train young men to be congregational ministers, and they bloody did. By the middle of the 18th century, roughly 50% of all ministers all over New England were trained in theology here. And eventually more ministers were trained in theology at Yale than any other place in the United States, until probably somewhere in the 20th century. This American college or university is a profoundly important American reinvention. You probably don't need to hear this, but once in a while, a little reminder. We take so much for granted in these magnificent places with all their resources. You're in a world-class art museum here, in case you didn't know it. I'm sure many of you know it. This is a destination museum. People come here from all over. Every time I walk in here, I wish I was going into the art. But these universities are an American reinvention of an ancient idea, remade in medieval times, in Italy, in Germany, and then in Britain, and then recreated again in colonial America. The first three, of course, were Harvard, William and Mary, and Yale. The modern American public school and university, public school and university, may indeed be, we could have an argument about this, try it on. It may be the most democratic institution that the United States ever created, even as it has always been a laboratory of both social mobility and economic and racial inequality. The public school, created very early in the Republic, in the antebellum era, actually first, really in the late 18th century, early antebellum era here and there, mostly first in Massachusetts, other places, and then the great public universities by the 19th and then into the 20th century. Can you think of a more fully democratic institution in the sense that it reshaped the lives of millions of people? We'll see this later. Out of the Civil War came, among the other major economic pieces of legislation out of the Lincoln administration during the war, and because of the war came the Morrill Act that created land-grant colleges. Land was granted for colleges in New York State and Michigan and Wisconsin and Ohio. I went to the first land-grant college. Of course, 6 others claim they're the first 2. Michigan State, then known as Michigan Agricultural College. And there used to be a smokestack, huge smokestack by the football stadium that said MAC on it. They finally took that off because it was one of the favorite chants of the University of Michigan people. Yeah. Land-grant colleges were to educate farmers, store clerks who barely got through high school from towns, the sons and daughters of the masses of Americans, moving west. Among Americans' most treasured values, I think still is that a higher education can remake your life. What if we ever gave that up? How many, no shows of hands, not necessary. How many in this room had your life reshaped by a college or a university? Or maybe you might even think, in spite of it, you had your life reshaped. I don't know. You know, there's always a tension, there's always pushback. I had to take this, and I didn't want to take that, but I got to take that. As endangered as such a great ideal may be, and if you haven't been paying attention, colleges and universities have been under scrutiny in recent years. College presidents have been shown the exit door because of something they said or didn't say last year. As endangered as this great ideal may seem to be, who involved in education? Your side, my side, all our sides, or aspiring to it, does not want to believe in this gospel, that college will remake your life. What's crept into our politics now is interesting. We have people running for the highest office saying, you don't need a college degree for that job. You don't need a college degree for... It used to be the opposite, wasn't it? Here's how you get a student loan. Here's how you can, you know, find mobility through education. It certainly was true in my life. Nobody believes this today. But when I was a freshman at Michigan State, in the fall semester term, we were on terms, it cost $250 a term. I'm sorry. Don't tell your parents that. And that was a serious check for my dad. Had to do it 3 times a year. I mean, damn. It's gone up a lot. State universities are now private institutions, practically. 75 to 80% of all funding in most flagship major state universities, like the Big Ten schools, like the great Southern schools, the Western schools, private funds. Now, okay, one of the reasons we did this study of Yale is because of that ideal. And I still remember Peter Salovey, the first time we talked about all this, he said, look, let's do what a university can do. Let's do what we do best. And I completely agreed with him. And we had that whole conversation. What do universities do? Well, they create knowledge and they teach. Well, but they don't always do that about themselves. Over in Sterling and Beinecke libraries, there are 3 or 4 dozen histories of Yale. In fact, I never really counted them all. In Peter Salovey's office, the president's office, they have a huge book cabinet, and most of them, copies are in there too. And Peter actually showed me that he'd read a few. I think we found the word slavery used or addressed or mentioned in about 3 of them. No. It's not that terribly surprising when you read this history. But let me just say a few things here about the scope and scale of this book you're reading about Yale, and then move into this question of, well, are we polarized? How polarized are we? What is the it that might happen here, or could happen here, or can't happen here, whether it's this election year or beyond? First of all, universities obviously are communities of many generations, depending on how you count a generation. And I think a university generation is actually, I think, shorter than the typical 20-year measure of a family generation. Child, parent, grandparent. You can leave here and come back in 10 years and there's a lot you don't recognize. The people, for one thing. You don't know anybody. Or, why'd they change all that? Or when did they build this? So maybe college generations are a bit shorter, possibly. However you want to count these, there have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 to 20 generations of Yale's. This is undergraduates. I'm thinking about all the professional schools and graduate school. There has been an 18th century Yale. Its conception's actually born of the 17th century, as we'll see next week. Certainly there's been a 19th century Yale, and there's a 20th century Yale, and now there's a 21st century Yale. How are they different? They're very different. Yale was born in a foreign world, a pre-modern time, the early 18th century. All those ministers who founded this place, of course, came of age in the 17th century. This place was founded in a time where the very concept of individual liberty, of human rights, were at best ill-formed or non-existent. At least in most public ways. There were no debates about human rights here in 1705 or 10. Now, there was a book published, the first anti-slavery text or treatise published in the Americas, was published in 1700 by a Harvard minister, judge. He's actually a court judge. And the 10 ministers who met out in Saybrook to found this original college and then created it over here had all read this text. It's by a man named Samuel Sewall. It's called The Selling of Joseph. It's short, but it's essentially a moral take on the problem of slaveholding. And it's a condemnation. It doesn't take up the meaning of race and all that just yet. But there was that text. At the time Yale was founded, there were virtually no written constitutions in the world. There will be by the end of that 18th century, a few dozen of them. Everyone was trying a constitution by the 1770s, 1780s. I mean, Americans like to think we had the only written constitution on the planet. It's not true at all. There are all kinds of attempts at constitutions by the end of the 18th century, not at the beginning. There are almost no functioning republics, depending on how you define one, virtually none. Theories of human inequality were everywhere to be found. Not too many theories of human equality. And although it is in the course of that 18th century that the world would experience an enormous intellectual revolution. Rooted in events, of course. We call it the Enlightenment, the Scottish Enlightenment, the French Enlightenment, the American Enlightenment, the British Enlightenment. And Enlightenment was a couple decades in some places, half a century in other places. It brought ideas to the fore that had just never had enough play or much play, although the ideas were ancient. They're in the epistles of Paul to some degree, when he's not contradicting himself. They're in the writings of many people over time, but it hadn't been forged into practice or policy or revolutions until the late 18th century. And it also became this age of revolutions, didn't it? Yale is 60, 70, and 80 years old at the time of the American, the French, and the Haitian revolutions. And those revolutions really changed this place. In fact, Yale almost didn't survive the American Revolution. The British Army came into, you'll read all about this next week, came into New Haven Harbor and basically conquered New Haven. And there was a hell of a battle fought here. But then they decided, we don't need this. And they didn't burn Yale. They didn't destroy it. They could have. Slavery and the African slave trade flourished in the 18th century. In fact, the 18th century is the great age of the African slave trade. Close to half of all the Africans brought to the Americas over 380 years came in the 18th century. That's because that's when the British took it over. Yale is founded at a moment, and it grows in its first years and decades, at the time of the great boom of the British Atlantic slave trade and of the development of a huge commerce with the West Indies, a good deal of which was conducted right out of New Haven Harbor here. You'll see this in the book, but approximately 50% of all commerce in and out of New Haven Harbor, we now know, by the mid-18th century and on, went to the West Indies, went to the Sugar Islands. All about sugar production and the increase in slave labor. But also here you have the punctuation of the creation of something called the United States. There it is in the American Revolution. It's founded in the 1770s. It barely survives the war. It almost had no right to win, but it did. And I don't want to get, innocent and hagiographic about that, but what did they do out of that? They created a nation based on creeds. A creedal nation. Violated a lot of their creeds shortly after creating them. We still do. But creedal nations were a pretty new thing. That Declaration of Independence, whatever you think of it, is a remarkable document. And those 4 first principles still live, still inspire, still help people make or break other nations. But it's a creedal nation created in the world's biggest and growing slave system, the Great American Paradox. Yale College, soon university, is part of those worlds. In the 19th century, as we'll see, Yale will have an enormous expansion. It will grow in dynamism. It will grow in the very subjects that are taught in a university. It's no longer just a theology school, even by the time of the Revolution. But eventually, it's very much a place that creates its professional schools. Most of the major professional schools here were created in the early 19th century. The med school, the divinity school that was called theology school, then the law school, SOM and the environmental studies schools are 20th century creations. And I don't want to get to the 20th century here yet. I try to stay out of the 20th century whenever I can. But there was a theology at the core of this place. And more on that next week, but sometimes it's called the New Divinity of Jonathan Edwards. Sometimes it's called by other names, and it's going to get challenged and changed. It's part of the rich history of Yale is the way theology forged itself here as an educational enterprise and then just kept fighting over it and fighting over it and fighting over it and changing it. But it's a theology that came out of course, Puritanism, that believed to some degree that there was some kind of an elect. Although that, of course, changes and is richly debated. There will be Edwardians and anti-Edwardians. And Jonathan Edwards, as you'll see in the book, indeed is one of Yale's most famous slaveholders. He owned about 2 enslaved people most of his adult life, 1 male, 1 female. He sometimes used to go over to Newport, Rhode Island to buy them. But he's still Jonathan Edwards, in case anybody in Edwards College. No? Okay. He's still Jonathan Edwards. He still wrote Freedom of the Will and Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God. You don't have to like him. And you might not if you read him. But now, all right, Yale is in play, and we're going to return to that in due course next week, a lot. But what about this question of how divided are we as a polity? Carl, pop up the next 3 slides, if you would. I just want to say this quickly, because we'll return to it right away next week. Can we? Yeah, all right. On the server, there are now a host, you don't have to read them all, but we're going to, over the next few weeks, we're going to put up some, we've already put them up, I think, documents, just some sample documents, original stuff that we used in this book. And this was a story, by and large, hiding in plain sight in the Yale archives. I don't know exactly what percentage of all of our research came out of Beinecke, Sterling, and other Yale resources, but most of it did. It's been hiding in plain sight, some of it for 200 years, waiting to be tapped, including the story of Elihu Yale himself. Read that section. That's turned out to be quite controversial in England. In fact, one of the stiffest criticisms we've received so far, and it's good. I've been kind of disappointed nobody else has really attacked us yet. It's from an organization in England that, and at first I got really worried when I got this email. Oh my God, what do I do now? I sent it over to the president's office and say, give me some advice. And quickly we learned that it was an organization devoted to the preservation of the reputation of the British Empire. And Elihu Yale ran, the British mission, commercial mission, out of Madras in India. And they did not like the way we handled it. And they say we're dead wrong, completely wrong. We're not wrong. Search from our own archives. Sometimes historians do say things are right or wrong. We don't always just say, well, there could be a little of this and a little of that, or perhaps I would suggest that maybe. No. Sometimes things are right or wrong. Okay. Now, let me plant a couple of little passages on you, and then let's dive into this question. Well, sorry. I got to show you 2 more pictures. Sorry. This is a piece of the original map of New Haven and of where Yale College is. It's the upper corner of that map. These are all in the book. You can see these. And in the upper left corner, you've heard of the 9 squares of New Haven, perhaps? This is what constituted the Yale. Whoops, I'm not supposed to move from here. Sorry. The Yale campus circa 1740 to 50 or so. In the upper left corner of that map, and for today you can orient yourself, so today when you walk over that way, you'll know where you are. Right where the law school is. And just behind it, the corner of what is today Grove and York Street. There's a little park across the street, which we're trying to get renamed for Jethro. There was a little, see the blue rectangle? It says Jethro, black man farmer. Jethro Luke was his name. We did some deep dives into this, and I give credit here to my colleagues, Mike Moran, Hope McGrath, and others, who kept plugging on this. We know that Jethro Luke was born a slave. We don't know precisely when he was freed, but by the time this map was made, he was living there with his wife, whose name was Mindwell, and his son, whose name was Gad, and he owned that little piece of property. And when Thomas Clapp, the first president of Yale, first to hold that title in the 1740s, decided to build Connecticut Hall, the oldest building on this campus. If you've been a freshman here, you've all walked by it every bloody day. One of the greatest brick buildings in New England, National Register. It's got 222 windows on it. I don't know why I know these things, but it's a magnificent mid-18th century brick structure. Clapp built it as a classroom building and a dorm. They just kept building because they needed more buildings, and eventually it became what was known as the Brick Row over there. Next slide, if you could, Carl. Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's an amazing structure. it's had its bricks tucked up and tightened up and fixed up with time. I don't know how original the windows are either. The foundation is original, but that baby was built in 1748 to 1750. They had several brick kilns out here. They brought in all kinds of supplies and materials up from the harbor. And every day for a year and a half, nearly every day for a year and a half, Jethro Luke and his son Gad and 20 other laborers built that building. What we discovered in our research is that 5 of the men who worked on this building were slaves. If you, gosh, forgive me for walking over here, but I can't read it, so I got to walk over here. Yeah, well, these are the cost of window panes and tables and all sorts of materials. But if you could go to the next slide, yeah. If you notice on the left side, you see Mr. McNeil, his Negro wash 92 3/4 days. This is the actual handwriting, the actual records of Thomas Clapp himself, the president. He kept detailed, just like Thomas Jefferson did, detailed records of this. There is President's Negro, 83 days work. That's his own slave. He doesn't name them, although we did find out most of their names. Mr. Noyes' Negro, what is that? 7? I can't read the number there. Theophilus Mumford's Negro, 78 days, and on it goes. And I guess I just forgot to put up the slide where it says Jethro and Gad. Oh, it is there. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Sorry. Records their number of days down to the quarter day or half day. Now, I've always had this fantasy, and I think I even put it in a footnote in the book. Maybe it got knocked out. That some year soon at commencement, I was hoping it would be Peter Salovey's last commencement, but it didn't happen. That at some key moment, the president would announce naming something for Jethro Luke, and down the side of a Connecticut hall, a banner would drop with an imagined portrait of Jethro Luke and his son Gad, done by a Yale undergraduate from the art department. And everyone would be asked to turn around. And for 5 minutes, they'd learn that story. That hasn't happened yet. Maybe it never will. But work on it. Next slide. Okay. Leave that one up, Carl. We'll just finish with this. This was the cover of an issue of The Atlantic in 2019, just before COVID broke. Its obvious subtitle was How to Stop a Civil War. Was America on the brink of a new civil war? I have a piece in this. It's at the very end. It's about a speech by Frederick Douglass. I don't want to talk about that today, not today. My piece is sort of hopeful in this thing, which is out of character for me. Not in that speech I used in this essay, but in another place. Frederick Douglass once said, "Nations seldom listen to advice from individuals, however reasonable. They are taught less by theories than by events." Now, try that on a moment. Try that on a section if you run out of material. Are we taught by our theories? Do we respond to our, that theory we just learned in our political theory course? Maybe. Or our literary theory course, or our history course, or whatever. Or are we taught by events? What do we learn the most from? What makes us change? What makes something new happen in the world? Is it theories? Or events? Or both? How do we know the balance? Think of the events in your own lives that have just somehow changed how you think about something. Or you had to, perhaps. Now, are we polarized? Yes, of course we are. How bad is it? Well, we're about to find out, I suppose. But think of it this way. And, you know, there have been 1,000 measures of this. Polling of all kinds. How polarized are Americans? Well, one statistic that lots of people like to trot out is that in 1960, long time ago, less than 5% of Democrats and Republicans said they'd be unhappy if their children married someone from the other party. 5%, meaningless. In 1960, that was the Nixon-Kennedy election. Trust me. But today, approximately 35% of Republicans and 45% of Democrats would be opposed if their child married someone from the opposite party. You know, intermarriage used to always mean race or religion in America, ethnicity, whatever. Now it seems to be, can those families talk to each other? Maybe not, maybe. Or how wonderful that they can talk to each other for an hour and nobody killed anybody. About 2/3 of people who voted for Trump in 2016 said it was the last time, when asked, and of course this depends on how a polling question is asked, isn't it? But when asked, they said, yes, that election was the last chance to save the ultimate decline of America. Democrats get asked similar questions. Usually the word existential is in it. Is this an existential election if the other side wins? Yes. Is democracy at stake? Yes. Actually, probably is. There's a phenomenon out there now called, maybe you know about this, and maybe you're involved in this, civility culture. Organizations, groups formed or have been forming now for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years around the country, mostly small, to try to forge civility between the red and the blue. One of them is called Better Angels, of course. It's the line from Lincoln's first inaugural, Better Angels of Our Nature. Good title. Now, at one point they had as many as 8,000 members. That's actually the size of a single precinct in LA, probably, or New York. But they try to get together, Democrats and Republicans, across the political divide, and they run workshops, all kinds of workshops. And their stated principal goal is to, quote, their motto is, let's depolarize America, start a conversation, not a fight. I'm sorry to sound a little cynical about this. They have whole seminars they run on that are called Depolarizing Within. Can you depolarize yourself? What have you done today to depolarize? I had a shower. There's a civility business now. Actually, there are other groups that go by the names, you ready? Living Room Conversations, on the group. Or Bridge the Divide. That's a good name. But here's my favorite. Make America Dinner Again. You break bread together, you can talk. Now, there's a lot of reality to this, isn't there? We have a yearning. We all probably have relatives. I have cousins in Michigan who are Republican. Trust me. They're farmers. They're brilliant. And my two cousins who are about my age run a huge farm in southern Michigan, and those guys are geniuses. They can do things that I can't. I can put on their shit-kicking boots and go out with them, but I don't have a clue what they're doing. Sorry. And We haven't talked since 2016. Yeah, it's kind of ugly. But these organizations argue that the way to solve our polarization, this is the question you might want to think about. They believe that we can solve this by simply creating more comity, more civility, more decency. Who's against that? I hate decency. Well, cynics do, kind of. In fact, the article I'm drawing most of this from is by a guy named Andrew Ferguson, and he says he goes into trauma. And whenever he sees somebody with a whiteboard and magic markers and, whatever it takes to, flip charts, he just goes into trauma and he goes the other way because somebody's about to open a workshop and make him think something that he doesn't want to think. Can you solve political division? Has the world solved? We want to believe this, don't we? Of course we want to believe this. If we could just educate the young to empathy and decency and civility and so on and so on, we'd have a better politics. Yeah. But these damned issues keep intruding. So what is this thing called democracy that seems to be at stake? We are divided because we're angry. We are divided because we have fundamentally different ideas on huge issues. But we are also probably, and there's a lot of good analysis of this, books, essays, articles. We are divided in part because America split, slowly but surely, economically, over the last decades between urban and rural, small towns hollowing out and dying, or all but dying, manufacturing in some of those towns, or even in medium-sized cities and even larger cities, failing. Major cities growing in success and wealth because of the tech industries and a whole lot of other industries. Elites, if you like, on the coast, although there's some elites in the Midwest too. Chicago's got some elites. So does Omaha. But we've begun to really divide in ways we didn't know was even happening. Do you know the book by Tara Westover called Educated, a memoir? Came out in 2018 or 19. I met her at a book festival once. Amazing young woman. She grew up in Idaho. Sternly, strictly Christian nationalist family. Her father tried to homeschool her. She really didn't go to school for a long time. It's really quite a remarkable read. Anyway, she and I were up for the same book prizes in a couple places, and I couldn't believe she didn't win. She won a bunch of others. She got interviewed by, I think it's Michelle Goldberg. No, Jeffrey Goldberg of the Atlantic. And she makes this case that the American polarization, now she's a white Idaho, still a relatively young woman, who ended up getting herself to college and ultimately to Cambridge University, where she did a PhD in history. Woo. And now lives in New York City. And she says, still way out of place, but it's where she wants to be. She's from another world. And they don't know what she's become in her town in Idaho. But she says our, quote, economic divide now tracks almost perfectly our political divide. We sometimes forget this. I mean, sometimes when we think, oh, God, the other side just is, I can't believe they think that. Or I can't believe they do that. Or I can't believe he does that, says that. I can't believe they follow this or they do this. The right says this about the left, too, and sometimes they're not all wrong. Like, why do we on the left do some of the things that we do? Why do we turn on each other so much? Why do we think we have everything figured out? But we sometimes forget that people come from realities where they're not so much worried about our debates in a university. They're worried about, are there any jobs left in this town? Can I get any decent health care? What about the education of my children? They're closing another school. How do I get them into college? I can't afford college. If that's what you wake up every day, those are the things you have to think about every day, you're not going to care that much about the horrible things the demagogue is saying, but you might listen to some of the things the demagogue is saying that appeal to you. Like, your country was taken from you. It was stolen from you. And they even stole an election from me. Tara Westover has this wonderful line where she says, "The divide is deep in America. It's between the guy driving the Uber and the person in the back seat." Now, that might be a fairly upscale vision. Not that Uber drivers make that much. But yeah, we're divided, badly divided. And I would put another emphasis on this, and then I want to say a few things about what democracies actually are, or we hope they are, and we hope they can become or remain. There it is. We have a constitution that is not our democracy. And sometimes we kind of equate the two. We're a democracy because we have a written constitution. No. The Constitution is not our democracy. Our democracy is not the Constitution. Our democracy has to function with that Constitution, and that's part of the problem. We do not have a fully democratic constitution. This is not news to most of you, any of you who are a lawyer. There are many undemocratic features of the U.S. Constitution. We only learn about them when our politics get so divided and so screwed up. The Electoral College. Do I have to say any more? It's the most absurd institution we have in America. Go abroad and teach. I did it two times. Try to explain the Electoral College to Europeans who have parliamentary systems, who directly elect their heads of state by popular vote. And they ask you, why don't you do it? Good question. Okay, next question. Because it's an idiotic 18th century institution that we've never found a way to change. Even our first demagogue president, arguably, Andrew Jackson, I mean, he was a powerful and important president, but he had a deep streak of demagogy in him. He advocated getting rid of the Electoral College at one point. He was a populist. He thought the frontier vote. Why do we still have it? Because it benefits one side more than the other now, and in a century from now, it might benefit, I doubt it, but it might benefit the other side. Can't change it without a constitutional amendment. But if you want to devote your lives to something that could truly change and save your country, get rid of the damned Electoral College. Please. Try to do it before I die, if you can. The U.S. Senate, it is not a democratic institution. Have you noticed? It wasn't meant to be. In the 2020 election, 56.5% of all people who voted for a U.S. senator voted for a Democrat. 43.5% voted for a Republican. What's the Senate? 50-50. Kamala Harris has been the deciding vote. She cast more deciding votes than any previous vice president. A 56.5 to a 43.5 is a landslide in our system. That's a big win. But Democrats barely hung on to the Senate and probably won't this year. It's an undemocratic institution. Why does Wyoming have two? Just asking. Supreme Court. Sometimes in our history, the Supreme Court's been an fascinating and sometimes deeply admirable institution, and sometimes less so. But they're there for life. And they've always been political. Hell, in the Reconstruction era, we'll see this later, the Reconstruction era and even after, Supreme Court justices would run for president from the bench. None of them actually made it. But they would launch campaigns. Yeah, it's a highly political, not supposed to be. John Roberts says they're just supposed to be umpires. Strike, ball. Really, John? All right, democracy, what is it? I'll take you out with this. We have a few minutes. It's more than selfish humanity sometimes can do. Democracy is against our instincts, usually. Now, you may be one of those rare, totally altruistic human beings. You get up every day to improve the world as fast as you can, as much as you can, with everyone around you, and you are not selfish. Bottle that up if you have it. It requires laws and structures in order to function, obviously. It requires a certain loyalty. But the loyalty has to be rewarded. And we've learned this from democracy. If you don't reward loyalty to a structure, a system, a country, who's going to hold on to it? It requires respect for humanistic and scientific knowledge. It requires universities that are free to seek the truth. And then it requires citizens to listen to them. Even when we're snooty and snarky experts. It requires a social contract. That great concept, Max Weber, many other people. That idea that between government, however you construct it, and the people, there's a deal. Governments are responsible for providing something to people, and people in return are responsible for providing something back. But that deal has to be rewarded and renewed and worked on and oiled and needs tune-ups all the time. It requires this crazy notion of obligation to your fellow person. I was going to write a book recently, I don't know, some years back. I was going to try to write a little book on the concept of humility. And there have been some good books on humility, some great philosophical works, Augustine and many others. But I quickly realized, humility's not in right now. Nobody wants to read about that. In democracy, we find the opposite of individualism. Now, what can be more American than our individualism? Tocqueville wrote so brilliantly about it, famously about it. Tocqueville spent 9 months observing these Americans, and one of the things he observed the most was their tendency toward individualism. They get caught up in that. He said, quote, the habits of their own heart. Democracy is the antithesis of the habits of your own heart. It requires you to crawl out once in a while from the habits of your own heart and think about the habits of their hearts. The absence of wherewithal for their bodies. Can democracy be enriched or destroyed by pluralism? Does democracy work best when you've got a pretty homogeneous population? Sweden? Norway? Why do the Scandinavian countries seem to have these systems that work so well? Well, we used to think it was about some kind of European race and so on, but they're becoming pretty diverse. Last thoughts. It requires, it's one of Jefferson's 4 great first principles, It requires the doctrine of consent. Popular sovereignty, it's consent. Governments exist because people consent to have them, and they create them, and they fuel them, they practice within them. Without consent, there is no democracy. We don't like that all the time, do we? I don't like what they're doing in that administration of that college. I don't like what they're doing in the city. Go to the city council and raise hell and say that your consent is at stake here. There's one side in this country arguing that the American dream is dead, whatever that means. Another side saying, no, it's always renewable. And it's renewable in the sheer pluralism of this crazy, wonderful place. And I'll hang the final thought on this. I know, it sounds crazy and idealistic, but it depends on education. How often do you hear this? If you're a political junkie like I am, every pundit says, well, that's the vote of the college-educated versus the non-college educated. It's a huge divider in how we count the demographics of American voting habits. Do you have a college degree or not? And that's only about 47% of the American people. Fully half of Americans do not go to college. That's easy to forget, when you walk into the Beinecke Library. Or this place. And we'd rather be here. Liberal democracy cannot exist without liberal education. And people who fully believe in it and want to spread it and spread it and spread it and not simply own it. Okay, last thought. Sorry, I said that already, didn't I? One of my favorite thinkers of all time is Ronald Niebuhr, the great theologian, educated here at Yale. He came as a German, son of German immigrants from out in the plains. He didn't even speak good English when he arrived here in World War I, or in the eve of World War I. He learned English here to become the greatest theologian of the 20th century. In one of his books called Faith and History, Niebuhr, among other things, said this: the capacity to live in the past by memory emancipates the individual from the tyranny of the present. They can seek, quote, asylum from present tumults in a past period of history, or use the memory of a past innocency to project a future higher virtue. Go find that past back there that you really love, really like, makes you feel good. Now, go ahead. But then he says, but the processes of historical justice are not exact enough to warrant the simple confidence in a moral character to history. Moral judgments are executed in history, but never with precision. Every execution of moral judgment in history is inexact because of its necessary relation to the morally irrelevant fact of power. Your morality is always in some form doing battle with power. And power is not always moral. In fact, it might be by definition not moral. Democracy is a way we can hope to manage that collision if we can preserve it. Okay. The great Shawnee chief Tecumseh, who you've probably heard of, the Shawnee domain, at least the latter part of his life, when he tried to create a pan-Indian confederacy to take a final, like a last stand against the Americans by then, was recorded by a white person to have said in 1811, this was said to be a speech, but don't forget it's as recorded by a European or an American. He said, "But what need is there to speak of the past? It speaks for itself, and it asks, where today are the Pequot? Where are the Narragansetts, the Mohawks, the Poconockets, and many, many others, once powerful tribes of our race? They have vanished before the avarice and oppression of the white men, as snow before the summer sun. In the vain hope alone, in the vain hope alone, defending their ancient possession, they have fallen in the wars with the white man." Now, there's an aura of doom in that, isn't there? There's an aura of an ending already. Tecumseh would be defeated, indeed. But there's also that aura of the famous trope of the vanishing Indian. They're just vanishing. But no, they weren't. And we don't know if Tecumseh really said that or something like it. It's partly right, but it's perhaps mostly wrong. All of these nations, peoples, cultures of New England, who all spoke some variations of an Abenaki language. They were all, in some ways, part of a massive sort of extended family of Native Americans known as Algonquin. But virtually all of them survive today in some form, somewhere, in some size, except probably the Quinnipiac, who are located right here. Although we have lots of things named for the Quinnipiac, don't we? Streets, colleges, on and on, hotels, God knows what. There's a tendency in Native American history, and I know this is a very complicated problem, to speak of Native Americans as only defined by their genes, ancestry, or by their soil, land, or blood. Now, any of you have touched a page of Native American history, taken a course in it, read, know that that's just not the case. Native Americans have become everything in our society, from members of the president's cabinet to CEOs to professors to writers, and yes, many still live in poverty on reservations. But dispossession being a huge part of Native American history is not all there is. Think with me also for a moment, speaking of that word Pequot, of Moby Dick. No show of hands of who's read Moby Dick, at least in the last 20 years, or tried 20 times in the last 20 years. But what does Melville name that ship? The Pequod, with a D on the end. Common change of the term Pequot. The Pequot were a people largely of Connecticut, eastern Connecticut, central Connecticut, and at their ending, at the end of the Pequot War, right here in New Haven, or this area around New Haven, such as they survived. But think of Melville's ship, just for a moment. Who's on it? A lot of different kinds of people. There are a million interpretations of Moby Dick because Some of the time, Melville wasn't sure what he was writing anyway, except a series of phenomenal memories and philosophical riffs and a damn good sea story. But it's ultimately, isn't it, about a ship full of kind of humans from all over the world, including Tashtigo, the American Indian, on a voyage of fanaticism, on a voyage of utter obsession with this crazy captain. Who is Captain Ahab? Well, in the 20th century, he became Adolf Hitler and a whole bunch of other people. In order for certain of our political candidates to be compared to Ahab, it's always been my view that they should be reasonably intelligent first. Because Ahab was nothing if not intelligent, but he was mad. Mad Captain Ahab. Ahab's on a both spiritual and material journey. That ship is. Every whaling ship was. Every whaling ship was. Whaling was America's first major industry. And Native Americans did it first, right here in Long Island Sound. The peoples of the coastline. The saltwater Indians, as they're sometimes called. But that Pequod is on a destined journey, isn't it? I mean, you begin to realize this is going to be a death ship. And you know it. And almost nobody survives, and one of the last humans you see on that beach after the ship has been wrecked and portions of it pile up on the beach, one of the last things you see is a sort of grim form of Tashtigo. Who's been brutally dispatched at sea like everyone else. That's cheating, I know, when you use Melville, but he's hard to resist. Now, what is this thing called a legacy? I kind of didn't get there last time. I want to spend just a minute on it, because the 17th century, and especially these two very big wars, one smaller, Pequot War, but King Philip's War, the one in the 1630s, the other the 1670s, left tremendous legacies all over New England, and they still do. You can tour New England and see sites of sorts, all sorts of sites of King Philip's War, if you have guides and if you know what you're looking for. Sometimes these are just commercial remnants. And by the way, Tecumseh, in that 1811 speech, or whatever it was, is remembering these tribes, these peoples, by name, 150 years later. What is a legacy? We use that term all the time, don't we? Sometimes in universities it means your granddaddy went here. And maybe you have a chance that others may not, although that's less and less fashionable in universities these days. Some places illegal. But put that aside. What is a historical legacy? It can be an idea. Think with me just for a moment. Think how many times you've used this term. Oh, that's a legacy of such. Or is that a legacy of such and such? Oh, those are legacies of the New Deal. Or whatever. It can be an idea that came out of some time in history. It got formed then, it got shaped then, it got changed with time, it got redefined with time, and damned if we aren't still redefining it. Take the idea of equality. Good God, it's an ancient idea, but look what the Enlightenment did to it, and look what the 19th century did to it in America. Look what the 1930s and 1960s did to it in the United States, and on and on and on. And a legacy can be an eternally reviving question at the root of a dream. Why is human equality so hard to achieve? There's one for the political union at Yale. Debate that one. A legacy can be emotional I mean, it can be essentially emotional. We don't maybe always deal with some legacies as ideology or as a thoughtful process. It just is our reaction. Are there trigger warnings from history that just cause us emotion we can't fully explain? Or blame it on our mothers? Or that legacy, if it's emotional otherwise, can manifest in habits of thought, assumptions, behaviors, lasting psychological patterns of struggle, action, expectation. My parents were both creatures of the Great Depression. Everything about them was a legacy of the Great Depression. It just was. Don't own insurance, my dad would say. Know where your money is. Okay. I didn't have any money. Don't worry, I'm not going to spend it on insurance. A legacy can be political. I mean, this gets messy, doesn't it? It can be very political, emerging in voting tendencies and recurring public policy issues. How many of us vote in patterns we've just kind of always voted in that pattern? And where'd you get it? How'd you get your pattern? I know how I got mine, although I've worked hard on it to hang on to it. My mother was a daughter of German immigrants. Her father was a founding member of the United Auto Workers in Flint, Michigan, and he thought Franklin Roosevelt was the son of God. He had Jesus off in the parlor and FDR on the dining room wall. I didn't understand that as a kid. Who's that? I knew who the guy in the parlor was because I had to attend the Lutheran church. Legacies can also be laid down in stone or in bronze. Monuments of all kinds. A monument is a legacy of something, of somebody. And we've been living through in recent times a lot of discussions of just what monuments mean, or what they're for, or who put them up, and do they mean anything now? Do they mean what they meant in their origin? Why do we want to get rid of that one and not that one? Legacies can also exist in musical forms, musical traditions, artistic forms of all kinds. In art, we call that influences, including literature. We call them influences. Who was your major influence? And most writers will say, I don't have any. I'm sui generis. I'm original. A legacy can exist in law. God knows. What is law? But it's layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of precedent and legacy, if we follow it, or even if we don't. A legacy can be embedded in court decisions and in particular policies that change when challenged, or we revert to other practices in times of reaction. Law is all about legacies in some way or another. Know your case law. I mean, if you're in law school, or even if you're not. A legacy might develop in health and disease patterns. There might be a legacy in the disease tendencies we have. Why do they take down a history of all of us every time? You know, you've been to the routine. Every doctor or PI or everybody's got to do it all over again. Give your date of birth. Are these your 5 meds? Yes. Your father died of yes. Health and disease pattern. There's no medical research without legacies. Think about it. If medicine doesn't develop and grow based on the past, do we want to go there? Do we want our doctors to go back to alchemy? A legacy might be as local as a family story passed from generation to generation, very local, but could be very important too, right? Don't tell me what happened there, because my grandfather did. Really? But a legacy can also be global. It can be global as something like national origin narratives. Legacies can be institutional, growing as part of organizations that exist to perform advocacy, preservation, protest, or the advancement of a set of ideas. An institution itself is a living laboratory of legacies. What is a university? We don't get up every day thinking that, unless you're in fundraising and development. A legacy might take form in an ism. Think about all the isms, such as abolitionism, legalism, originalism, progressivism, Afro-pessimism, conservatism, Ethiopianism, migrationism, and ism. Pick your ism. It's developed out of some legacies. Feminism in its stages. A legacy can be economic, evolving in all kinds of charts and patterns of growth and access or lack of access to material goods and services. There's no economics without charts. The charts chart legacies of some kind. Finally, we might even define a legacy. And I'm doing this in part because that's 17th century. Before Yale College is even a figment of the imagination of those 10 ministers that gathered out at Saybrook. They understood. They were all born in that 17th century. Most of them had lived through King Philip's War. That's very important to know. So a legacy might be simply that. An attempt at a definition here by one lone duffer. A legacy is that which is left over. It's like a living residue. In any society, after scholars have written their books, the clergy have preached their sermons, schools have created curriculums and taught the youth, politicians have made narratives out of a usable past, journalists have crafted all kinds of first drafts of history, parents have instructed their children in mores and folkways, and museums have mounted lots of exhibitions. A legacy, therefore, is any story, in whatever form or medium it takes, about which we argue or over which we contend for control and power. The most important legacies are probably going to be ultimately about power and who gets it, who keeps it, who has it. We breathe in and breathe out legacies from our past every day, in your private life and your public life. It's part of that thing we talked about now already called memory. Without it, we're not human. Now, that's the problem. These legacies can be toxic, terrible, horrific, and sometimes they just require a lot of forgetting. But often, they don't let us forget. You may have read Primo Levi, survivor of Auschwitz, author of one of the great Holocaust narratives or Holocaust testimonies. He said this before he ended his own life: the end point of the deformation of the memory of a committed fault is its complete suppression. We might want to completely suppress some memory because it's just too horrible, or dangerous, or damaging. Such suppression, Levy went on, of memory or responsibility for it, can result, he said, quote, from a deliberate intent to lie. But in other cases, we are faced with a fossilized lie, an ancient lie, frozen into formula. Sometimes we might suppress the past, the memories, the legacies, the troubles of the past. because we need to, we want to, we have to. And sometimes we don't even know we're suppressing them. And sometimes they just grow and evolve into what Levy's calling possibly a set of fossilized lies, stories that just get told and retold, stories that just harden. And we don't even know we're doing it. Frozen, he says, into formula. That can happen with memory. It's a problem in this story, to say the least. Now, I've already laid out my own sort of view that we don't have a choice but to face the past. That's partly because I'm a historian. If I didn't believe that, then I'm out of business. You don't need me. But the past will come find us. It usually does, when we least expect it. The northeast of North America, before Yale was ever conceived and created in 1701, was a set of peoples on lands they'd been on for thousands of years. There were approximately, the estimates run as low as about 125, 130,000 to as high as 160, 170,000. We can land, if we wish, as some scholars have decided, on about 150,000 native people lived in what we call New England. They didn't call it that, of course, in 1600, just before the English arrived on the coast of New England. Their names were many: the Pequot, the Narragansett, the Abenakis, the Mohegans, the Nipmucks, the Wampanoags, the Algonquin diaspora of these people. There are many, many more names. The Shattucook, Quinnipiac. Now, many of them spoke languages they all understood, but some of them up in Maine didn't even really speak the same dialects or versions of an Algonquin tongue as did the people down here in what we call Connecticut. Some of them had no relations with each other. Some of them were in conflict with each other, to say the least. Some were hunters and gatherers and to some degree migratory, but most of them were settled. Most of them lived in villages, quite substantial villages here in Connecticut, especially along the river valleys. And here along the whole Long Island Sound, the coastal peoples were great fishermen. In fact, one of the best books on this period, big prize-winning book called The Saltwater Frontier by Andrew Lippman, Indians and the Contest for the American Coast. He deals with the whole East Coast, but the big part of it is, actually the primary part of it is the New England coast, and especially this Long Island Sound coast. These people were great fishermen, and they built great boats to do it in, and they could navigate way up these rivers and out to sea. Now, of course, they experienced the devastation, the dispossession, elimination, in some cases, that came with the arrival of the English. 150,000 Native Americans in what we call New England in 1600. A century later, only about 10% of them were left. They were defeated and ruined first and foremost by diseases, especially smallpox epidemics, then settlement pressure, of course, as the Puritan Great Migration kicked in and then further Great Migrations kicked in. They were also pressured by and ultimately destroyed by war, especially King Philip's War, which was in effect a New England-wide total war. And then they were also partly eliminated by enslavement and removal. Began with the Pequot War. This is explained to a fair amount in our Yale and Slavery book. You've already read that, I hope. It is the Pequot War that first begins the capture, sale, and removal of Native Americans from New England by the English, largely to the West Indies. Indians became, therefore, as Ned Blackhawk, my colleague here, in his recent book, The Discovery of American Native Peoples and the Unmaking of the United States, they became the first racialized labor force of the Northeast, and really were the first racialized labor force of a lot of the South as well. Again, many lived in settled villages that would become, in an astonishing short time, depopulated by disease. Now, my dear friend Ned also has a passage, and I won't even read the quote, but he has a passage where he says that out of this dispossession of Native Americans in New England, out of this destruction of so many of them, came slavery. And he's dead right. There's no question about that. We say this in the Yale and Slavery book. The beginnings of slavery in New England come out of the Pequot War, are enhanced much greater by the King Philip's War, and of course, because the African slave trade is happening at the same time out in the Atlantic. And the British, by the end of the 17th century, are taking over the slave trade. They're not taking it over yet in the early 17th century. But then Ned has a line where he says, but historians have not paid attention to this, or historians do not understand this. That's not true. There's a lot of books on this. I've had this conversation with Ned. It's okay. We're fine. We're great. We're fine. But it's just not true. There's lots and lots of studies of King Philip's War now by Joe Lepore, by Lisa Brooks, by Christine DeLucia, by lots and lots of other people, by Andrew Lippman, and on it goes. And Ned in his own book has a very fine section on the King Philip's War in particular. Now, so this is an encounter now between English settlers and the native peoples. Frontiers are always violent. That's kind of a given in history. As Blackhawk says, and others have said, it's not utterly inevitable that the native peoples would be just essentially wiped out from parts of New England or moved north and moved west, dispossessed, eliminated, or removed. It's not entirely inevitable because in the first years, there was a lot of mutuality. Indians were traders, big time. They traded with each other. They'll trade with these English people. And they don't mind getting some of these guns, and they learn fast how to use them. And by the way, the Puritans came to America loaded with weapons. Wendy Warren, in her wonderful book called New England Bound, which is on slavery in New England in the 17th century, has a whole page, a whole list of the kinds of weaponry these Puritan ships were arriving with. Swords and daggers and all hatchets, and then guns and different kinds of guns, hunting guns and other kinds of guns. They were loaded for bear, so to speak. All right, well, who were these Puritans? Who were the Puritans? These Englishmen who came to, the image in an average person's mind of the Puritans are some just, I don't know, obsessed evangelical Christians wearing strange black hats, big capes, were obsessed with their own piety and obsessed with your piety, or lack of it. They were inordinately interested in the sins of other people. They were separatists from the Church of England. What's going on in England? It's from, 1700s to 1720s, 30s, 40s. Well, it's the reign of Charles I, who, of course, is going to be killed in a regicide. It's the English Civil War that kicks in and lasted longer than the Brits even today want to admit. It destroyed so many of their monasteries, churches of all kinds. It ends up in a dictatorship of Cromwell and his followers, It was bloody civil war in England for damn near decades. The Church of England was corrupt. It had all kinds of, according to the Puritans anyway, had all kinds of vestiges. Well, it did. It had all kinds of vestiges of Roman Catholicism, which these staunch Protestants, let's face it, hated. So the Puritans were separatists. They wanted to get out of the Church of England and finally out of England. They were persecuted badly in some cases. They believed their whole country had just become nothing but people worshiping false idols. Their motives were indeed God and taking God out in the world, but their motives were also mammon and material. Their motives were spiritual, but they were also pecuniary. When John Davenport and his buddy Theophilus Eaton left Boston and came down to Long Island Sound, right after the Pequot War, and landed here in New Haven and called this place New Haven, and created a New Haven colony. John Davenport, founder of New Haven Colony. Both of them were slaveholders, by the way. When they came here, Davenport was the Puritan minister. He was going to come here and save Calvinism like the others. But Eaton came here to create a maritime port. He came here for business, wherever they could find it. The Puritans had lofty goals, and they took incredible risks. It's kind of why people have always been, well, I don't know about anymore, fascinated with the Puritans. They wanted to create, in this new world, if you want, a new Jerusalem, a Puritan Israel. They use those terms frequently. They were on an errand into the wilderness, as Perry Miller, one of their greatest historians, once famously wrote in that phrase we all kept using. In graduate school, I thought that was said by God or something. It was said by Perry Miller. But this wasn't a wilderness. It wasn't a wilderness. It was all kinds of settled native villages with goods and foodstuffs and farming products, and there had to be trade. But their religious mission, if you want to understand the Puritans, you cannot understand them as just settler colonialists, evil to the core, out to destroy what's ever in front of them. They did a lot of that. But they were on a big-time religious mission. They wanted to take their church out of the world as they knew it and purify it. They wanted to take the elect, who are always a small group, although with time that's going to get larger and larger because they have to change the rules. In order to get somebody to come to church, you got to change the rules. And they will eventually create something called the halfway covenant. You could be halfway pious or halfway saved. Too often the Puritans are easy to make fun of. Well, think of other peoples in history who went on these the Crusaders. Who can lecture on the Crusades without trying a little humor? My God, what these people did to take Jerusalem and save it, they thought. Well, the Puritans were going to make a new one. And they were going to be a model for the world. That's audacious. We're not only right about our religion and right about our God, and only a few of us really get it, but we believe everybody else should have that chance, and we're going to take it to them. You've all heard of John Winthrop. If you haven't, must have arrived yesterday and never taken any American history, I guess. Although I don't know if we teach anybody. Maybe we don't even teach about John Winthrop. He made a famous speech, allegedly, aboard the ship the Arabella, which was one of the main ships of this huge Puritan migration to New England, landing principally in Boston in 1630. And aboard that ship, he gave the famous speech about a city upon a hill. And damn near every politician since has manufactured some variation of it. But Winthrop said a lot of things in that speech. We must consider that we shall be, he said, a city upon a hill. Often, we just stop there. Ronald Reagan used that all the time. Remember that? We are a city upon a hill. And then he started talking about the Marines or something. The trouble was that cities on a hill, on a religious mission, can't hide. It's right up there. If we shall deal falsely with our God, said Winthrop, in this work we have undertaken, and so cause him to withdraw his present help from us, we shall be made a story and a byword throughout the world. What's a byword? Well, it means a failure, or it might even mean a joke. Look what we're risking here, folks. And then he went on. He said, our mission here is to suppress our individual wills in the interest of the whole of the Puritans. We must be knit together, Winthrop went on, in this work as one man. There shall be no individual glory. Puritans were also human. We must entertain each other in brotherly affection. We must delight in each other, making others' conditions our own, rejoice together, mourn together, labor and suffer together. Yeah, John. See him on the deck of the ship. You go, John. It almost sounds like democracy. Puritans at this point were not Democrats, small d. They believed in rigid hierarchy. They believed in government by God. They believed in separation of church and whatever state. They believed in the utter mingling of whatever state they created with their religion. Now, if all we ever do is read that speech and then move on to, I don't know, wherever you want to be in American history and resume the story of progress, then what have you done? Because that sounds like a peaceable kingdom, a budding democracy. It's piety with a mission. Nothing wrong with mission. But Winthrop understood, they all understood quickly, that they had enemies and that they even needed enemies. If you're going to have a sense of chosenness, specialness, righteousness, you need another. You need enemies. And in this case, they believed they were, they knew they were, they said it every day, they were surrounded by enemies. And they were the Native Americans. Those Native Americans could be converted, and lots of Puritans are going to get involved in that, now, not least of which was Jonathan Edwards. More on him Thursday. He comes up. I put him in chapter 1 for a reason. You can all debate why I did that. Some of my co-workers on this project thought Edwards should not be in the first chapter. Don't soil up the first chapter with Jonathan Edwards. Edwards was a slaveholder, a very serious slaveholder. But he's still Jonathan Edwards, unfortunately. The pious need the heathen. Just like Aristotle said, the master needs the slave and the slave needs the master for their understanding. The great scholar of colonial and revolutionary America, Edmund Morgan, who taught here for decades and decades, the great Ed Morgan, bless his soul, wrote many, many books about the Puritans, about the Revolution, about slavery, about a lot of things. But it's Morgan who coined this phrase of this Puritan dilemma, this American paradox rooted in the Puritan dilemma. The central Puritan dilemma, said Morgan, was the problem of doing right in a world that does wrong. Now, you could say that about all religious visions, I suppose, right? Religion, spirituality are ways of comprehending wrong and right. But they were obsessed with this. In Ecclesiastes, it says, that which is crooked cannot be made straight. But the Puritans were determined to try to do it. That's an errand into something if it's not a wilderness. It also says in Ecclesiastes in the first chapter, is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new. It hath been already of old time, which was before. Which is whoever wrote Ecclesiastes' way of saying, there's nothing completely new under the sun. What you're doing has been done before. You're not brand new on your city on the hill. And they're going to find you out. Now, these two wars, and I want to come back to these Puritans. I'll come back to the Puritans, don't worry. But the two wars of the 17th century sort of, I don't know how you want to put it, paved the way, made possible, were forces, human forces. Wars are not just something that happens because the weather changes and the wind blows. Although a whole lot of believers in the lost cause about the American Civil War seem to argue that it just kind of happened. Nobody was responsible. The Pequot War broke out in 1736-37. It lasted, well, most of 2 years, not quite. It was a struggle for control. Now think how early this is. I mean, the first Englishmen come, Jamestown 1607, but they didn't count that up here. The Puritan migration begins in 1620. The huge migration begins in 1630. Massachusetts Bay, a New Haven colony hasn't even been, a New Haven and then Connecticut colony hasn't even been fully created yet. It's only been around for 15 years, 17 years max. But this struggle will begin for control of particularly what was then sometimes called, still is called sometimes, the sheltered coast, the Long Island Sound coast. These coastal Indians, the Pequot in particular, they were not the only ones. At first, there were trade alliances between the English and the Indians. There was a good degree of mutuality, as I said before, but that breaks down pretty quickly because the English want land. They want the land, and they want control of the trade. They learn that they have to deal with these sachems, which were, we might call them chiefs today, but a sachem was more than just a chief. A sachem was a leader of a village, a community, a people, but he was in charge of commerce, sometimes foreign policy, and a lot of other things. The Pequot War in some ways began in two places. Wethersfield, Connecticut up here, where some native peoples killed a few Englishmen, and the whole community got riled up about it. And then it began on Block Island, just off Rhode Island, where some of you may go for vacations. Block Island had about 1,500 native people. As late as 1660, even after the Pequot War, a century later, in 1760, there are only 51 left. Pequot War and the King Philip's War is going to be a process of bloody dispossession and removal. What one scholar, Wendy Warren, prefers to call replacement. Now, English colonization is what's happening here. And there's a tendency in scholarship these days, academics, not without reason, are obsessed with colonization because it's happened all over the world. And almost everybody now gets called a settler colonialist if they're on the wrong side of this colonial idea. Colonialization has happened everywhere by almost everybody. In this case, it's going to be the subjugation and removal of people. And this is how slavery, chattel slavery, enslavement of people for labor and sale and trade, gets a foothold in New England and begins to grow slowly but surely. The English again needed land. They needed it for crops because they were going to become, and very quickly became, one of the feeding grounds and production grounds for the West Indian plantations of the British Empire, namely Barbados and Jamaica, the Sugar Islands. They also needed timber to build ships and masts. And they needed livestock. They needed land to pasture livestock. More land, they thought, than the Native Americans had. Any hope that is there in Winthrop's famous speech, any hope of a gentle, cooperative colonization of this land vanished here in Connecticut with Pequot's War, or the Pequot War. And then it will completely vanish 30 years later in King Philip's War. The Pequot War had many events. Let me show you just a few images. Well, first of all, here's a kind of a map of all of New England in the 17th century, or, some of the towns that have the names we still know today, but the native peoples are listed here, most of them, and where they originally inhabited. But a massacre occurred. The central event of the Pequot War happened in Mystic. Many of you have been to Mystic, right up the coast. It was a horrifying event. About 400 native peoples were trapped in May of 1630. The war had just broken out in April, but by May of 1637, about 400 were slaughtered in a kind of an enclosure, and most of them burned to death at Mystic, now I guess called Mystic Seaport. The English actually were allied with at least two other native groups, the Narragansett and the Mohegans, who had never been fond neighbors of the Pequots. The war finally just ground to an end with what's left of the Pequots. And by the way, I have in the book a brutal, horrific description of that massacre, the burning of these people. I'll let you read that. But it finally ended with a treaty signed in early 1638 in Hartford, the treaty so-called that ends the Pequot War. What was left of the Pequots, by the way, kept moving west, and they came over here to New Haven, what was left of them. And a few of them met up in Hartford with some English soldiers and agreed to a treaty that, among other things, said that the Pequot were declared extinct, a non-people. That wasn't quite true. Now, a little under 30 years later, a war breaks out that had been brewing ever since the Pequot War, is rooted in the Pequot War, but a war that is now rooted in all of the same causes and yet deeper and deeper and deeper into New England life. It's named for so-called King Philip, whose real name was Metacom. He was the sachem of the Wampanoag of southeastern Massachusetts. 3 Wampanoags were executed for murder in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and various native groups declared war, in effect. Metacom, or King Philip, had a dream of a pan-New England Indian empire, an alliance, a pan-Indian alliance, not unlike what Tecumseh would try, more than a century later out in Ohio and beyond. This war would be savage. Villages just destroyed and burned by both sides. At one point, the English had to retreat into what they had as cities, They made their towns and cities into garrisons. They actually ran out of ammunition at certain points. The Indians would raid to get more ammunition. It became an existential fight for the survival of native peoples on the only land they'd ever known, and for the English now, Puritans, who are now the second-generation Puritans. They've inherited the fathers' legacies, fathers and mothers. And this existential war would finally be won, of course, by the English. There were horrible massacres in this war. And in some cases now, the battles and massacres ended in large-scale captures of people, captures of Native Americans who were now, in quite large numbers, sold into slavery. Some were actually first put in internment camps out in Boston Harbor and then sold, particularly to the West Indies. We'll talk Thursday more about this West Indian connection, which by the middle of the 17th century, and especially by the 18th century, is becoming the economic engine of Connecticut, and an economic engine for some of the people who founded Yale College. Both sides in this savage battle, according to Andrew Lipman, a scholar of this, quote, had attempted to utterly terrify and demoralize their opposition, but only the English truly succeeded. It was a kind of 17th century version of total war. It's been really the revelation of so much scholarship on King Philip's War in the last, 20 years, 30 years, to realize how big this war was, how pivotal it was, and the legacies it left all over New England. The first Africans in Connecticut that we know of, this is in the Yale and Slavery book, it came here probably during the Pequot War. Probably. Damn. Because what's happening out in the Atlantic? A massive slave trade. And I wanted to show you, yeah. This, by the way, was the seal of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. It's fascinating because the seal actually says, I mean, you can't read that, but it says, it's a Native American, half naked, saying to the English, please come help us. You know, irony makes the world go round. Please come help us. I mean, what do you say? And this is an amazing drawing of the massacre during the Pequot War at Mystic. Now, it's, how realistic? I don't know. But this was an artist's depiction of this the year after it happened. This is also in our book. And by 1675, last slide, when King Philip's War broke out, the dark regions are the extent of English settlement. And you'll note it's mostly in Massachusetts, inland quite a ways, but up the rivers and along the coast. That's going to really change after King Philip's War. And the native peoples will all but be liquidated from Connecticut and make possible when these ministers met here. I want to end today, though, with this, because what's about to occur now is Timothy Woodbridge and his 9 companions are going to meet over there in Saybrook with a mission that they've been discussing for quite a long time. Actually, it was John Davenport's dream. John Davenport wanted to create a college, a collegiate school, right here in New Haven as part of the original colony. He never could get enough money out of the colonial legislature, and he will die before he can create that. A college to train ministers, mind you, Calvinist ministers. Those 10 ministers who met up in Saybrook were on a mission to save Calvinism from all of its misguided leaders at Harvard. That's true. Because Harvard was just, going to hell in a handbasket. They weren't holding on to Calvinism very well at all. More on those 10 ministers and Timothy Woodbridge Thursday. But let's end with this. What's going on out in the Atlantic? Slave trade. One of the most spectacular poems, historical poems, I've ever encountered, and I love using poetry, is by Robert Hayden. It's called Middle Passage, and he aims this at New Englanders. Middle Passage, voyage through death to life upon these shores. Standing to America, bringing home black gold, black ivory, black sea. And here he's aiming at the Puritans. Deep in the festering hold thy father lies. Of his bones, New England pews are made. Those are altar lights that were his eyes. Deep in the festering hold thy father lies. The corpse of mercy rots with him. Rats eat love's rotten, gelid eyes. But oh, the living look at you with human eyes, whose suffering accuses you, whose hatred reaches through the swill of dark to strike you like a leper's claw. You cannot stare down that hatred. You cannot stare down that hatred. The lights in a New England church, he says, those are the eyes of the slaves. The pew you're sitting in, the bones of the slaves. That's poetry. Okay, Thursday we'll pick this up with the founding of Yale and its growth in the 18th century up to the Revolution. Ishmael, Jethro, York, Titus, Venus, Hagar, Caesar, Hannibal, Arabella, Samson, Chloe, Job, quite a few Jobs, Prince, Sarah, Dinah, Lydia, Jacob, and on it goes. In our research, we uncovered the list that you have in the book. It's our first interlude in the book. We simply decided to let the list all but speak for itself. We uncovered more than 200 names. Sometimes they are simply called unnamed slave boy or girl, and so on. Rarely a second name, a surname, once in a while. That list is now over 250 because our small research team is still at this in the Beinecke. I did a little tour yesterday for the staff of the Macmillan Center it was a tour of Connecticut Hall, Woodbridge, and Wolsey Hall, where the War Memorial is, and I had Hope McGrath with me. Hope, are you here today? Sometimes she comes. She's going to make it so I have to rewrite this book. They just keep finding things. We're over 250 names. These are names of enslaved people, mostly Africans or African Americans, some native, who were enslaved by Yale professors, rectors, donors, presidents, alumni, and others related to Yale, graduates of Yale, through the 18th century. We stopped at about 1800, a little after 1800. I would invite you to simply let your eyes roll over those lists of names and see what happens. It's hard. You can't identify them any more than they are with a single name, although we learned a little bit about some of them. But just let yourself go through the names. There are some Anglo-Saxon names. There are a whole variety of classical names. Cato, others, and a whole larger variety of biblical names. They tend to be in those three categories. Sometimes they surely named themselves, but often they were named by their owners. Ezra Stiles' enslaved man was named Newport for the city in which he purchased him. That same Newport worked for Ezra Stiles for 20-odd years until Stiles was appointed president of Yale in 78, 79, at which point Stiles was beginning to really feel the Enlightenment, one might say. I'll come to him in a minute. And he liberated Newport, although Newport followed Stiles over here and ended up living his life here, living out his life here. There's a little plaque over in Stiles College about that. Yeah, next time you're in Stiles College, look for it. It's right near the entrance to the dining hall. Jenny, Tully, Ambo, Cass, Desire, Jude, and so on. Those Africans, mostly Africans, or African Americans, got here by, of course, the enormous African Atlantic slave trade. Time doesn't allow in this course for me to go into an elaborate lecture on the slave trade, and I won't, but it is, of course, one of the huge contexts for how all these folks got here. It is the largest forced migration of human beings in history until probably all the disposed or displaced persons of World War II and the Holocaust. The numbers are, and this has been a huge and political debate for years. Sorry, I should have advanced to the first slide. There we are. Just part of the list. This largest forced migration in history came about because of many, many reasons. The collision of societies with larger and different and greater, in some cases, forms of technology, and a variety of other goods that Africans wanted from Europeans, from the first Portuguese who landed on the upper northwest coast of Africa in the 1450s, 60s, and 70s, and established the first slave forts. But also, the Europeans wanted something from Africa. Yeah, they're going to want cola nuts, and they're going to want gold. They're going to never give up on the idea they're looking for gold, even though they didn't find a hell of a lot. But what they most wanted from Africa was people. It's one of the most tragic business, commercial arrangements in all of human history. It lasted approximately 400 years from the first encounters of the Portuguese with African peoples along the coast, well into the 19th century, and it wasn't really ending until the late 19th century, even though it had been declared illegal almost everywhere. The numbers are astonishing, and they are sometimes just numbers. I'm going to run this ahead to a map, just real quickly. That's not the best map I could have put up, but it serves for the moment. Several years ago, actually 10 or 12 years ago now, my center here, the Gilder Lehrman Center, produced both online and a digital site called slavevoyages.com, which already existed. But we produced an atlas, a book, an atlas of the Atlantic slave trade. We hired cartographers, brilliant cartographers, and they produced over 200 maps. It was edited largely, almost entirely, by David Richardson and David Eltis, two great historians of the slave trade. David Bryan Davis, my predecessor, wrote the introduction. I wrote an epilogue. But this book is, on the one hand, a beautiful atlas, if you like maps, about a horrible story. The numbers are here. The geographic movement of peoples by decades, by periods of time, by centuries, and by place are all here. You can learn all sorts of things from this, not least of which is that about 60% of all the Atlantic slave trade came to the Americas south of the equator. At periods of time, it's really all about Brazil, and it's about the Caribbean. The vast, vast majority of Africans caught up in this lethal trade came south of the equator, came to the island economies of the Caribbean and the massive sugar economy and cotton of Brazil and other parts of South America. The American South was not even part of this until the second and third centuries of this massive trade. It also must be said that African peoples had forms of enslavement and slave trading and the movement of peoples, even as chattels, but also as different kinds of bondspeople, sometimes developed through kin networks. They had these systems long before any Europeans arrived on that continent. Slavery has been practiced by every civilization, frankly, that we know of at one time or another. But with this atlas and this great scholarship that's now been done on the Atlantic slave trade, it's one of the great achievements of modern scholarship, was to do what 50 years ago, 60 years ago, nobody thought we could ever know. How many Africans came? Where did they really come from? Where did they end up? No. By uncovering through this intrepid research. I didn't do this research. These other people did. We now have good evidence of well over 90% of all slave voyages, which means their departing numbers and their arrival numbers, and where, and who owned the ships, and the names of the ships, which are often called, of course, names like Desire, the good ship Jesus, the good ship Hope. But the numbers, folks, numbers are politics, but numbers are also a narrative. Just start somewhere in the middle of the trade. Let's say 1601 to 1625, when the first English colonies are established here in North America. The total numbers of the slave trade were approximately 352,000 people. Just from 1601 to 1625. 1626, 1650, another 315,000. Then it kicks in terrifying numbers. 1651 to 75, up to King Philip's War. The numbers reach almost 490,000. 1676 to 1700, the eve of the establishment of Yale College, 718,000. These are just increments of 25 years. 1726 to 1750, now you're in the 18th century, the great century, or the horrifying century of the slave trade. 1726 to 1750, 1.4 million crossing the Atlantic. 1751 to 1775, to the eve of the American Revolution, 1.9 million people in the Atlantic slave trade, in thousands of ships. And then still more, from 1776 to 1800, the last quarter of the 18th century, in the wake of the American Revolution and the French Revolution and the Haitian Revolution, slightly more than 2 million enslaved people from Africa. Then it begins to dip down, but only to 1.8 million between 1801 and 1825, despite the outlawing of the slave trade in the British Empire and the outlawing of slave trade by Americans, at least the attempt at it. Then comes the huge decrease. From 1850 from 1851, I'm sorry, from 1826 to 1850, still 1.7 million people, mostly to Brazil now. This 19th century trade is mostly to Brazil, where it's still legal, although the British keep trying to stop the Portuguese on the high seas. And then finally, from 1851 to 1867, about 225,000. A grand, horrible total of somewhere between 12.5 million and about 12.8 million Africans transported from the vast coasts of Africa to the Americas. About 12.5 million people. With death rates on the slave ships, depending on what century you look at, which decade you look at, the size of ships, etc., where they're going, how long the voyages, storms, etc., death rates ranging from as low as 5 to 8% to as high as 20 and 25%, and averages in there around 10 and 12% on every ship. Parts, trickles, portions of that trade end up right here in New England, in this upper part of North America. And by the time those founders met out in Saybrook and then moved this fledgling little college over to New Haven, and by the time they found Elihu Yale in London, who would give them about 1,000+ pounds of goods and cloth and books and some cash, at a moment when they just were deciding to build a new building, a new dormitory, a new kind of classroom dormitory, which they had to name. And since they got their largest donation ever from Elihu Yale in 1718, they decided to call it Yale College. First, they named the building. Then they decided, we don't have a name yet. It's all in the book. So this is how this place became Yale College. Elihu Yale never set foot here. Elihu Yale was born in Boston, but as a child emigrated to England with his family. His brother came here to New Haven at one point, but not Elihu. And I urge you, the painting's in the book in black and white, but I urge you to go right across the street at some point and see the famous painting of Elihu Yale with his, close family and attendants, but with the slave boy in the corner, which was the very common feature of 18th century portraiture of British aristocrats, with the iron collar on. Several years ago, we did a conference with the British Art, amazing conference with the British Arts Center about all that portraiture that they own. And we did an entire 2.5-day conference interpreting those paintings. It is amazing what art historians have done with that painting. It's now across the street and very well and beautifully interpreted, finally, by Yale itself. Used to hang in the trustees' room in Woodbridge Hall for years. I don't know when it was first put there, but finally, some years ago, not that long ago, somebody, I don't know who, that's not research I really want to do, like who challenged, I don't know. Somebody in the trustees apparently said, maybe we ought to move this painting. That little boy in the corner with the iron collar, I don't like looking at that. And they moved it, but it hung there for years. It's now properly in a museum and properly interpreted, although everybody loves to debate how it's interpreted, I'm sure. A quick word about these founders, and then I want to move right on to, to Samuel Sewall and Jonathan Edwards, and then up to the Revolution. And these are the actual signatures of the 10 founders. I don't know what this does visually. I don't even know what it does having a page like this. I took it out of one of the old books about Yale, I may have said this the first day, I don't remember. There are dozens and dozens of histories of Yale. Some of them are amazing. They go all the way back to the 18th century. This comes from a book by a man named Oviatt. It was published in 1916, and it is one of the few histories of Yale where we found the acknowledgement of slave owning 2 or 3 times in the book in 1916. I actually used that book a lot because it had great detail in it. Good stuff. You know, old books are sometimes really useful to people like us. I've always wanted to teach a course at Yale called Great Bad Old Books. You know, you just read a bunch of old oldies but goodies, and then you try to figure out why were they important then. Oviatt's book was a serious history, but he actually had a page, a visual, with the signatures of the 10 founders. It includes, of course, Timothy Woodbridge. Woodbridge was from Hartford. Of the 10 founders, 7 of them we know for sure were slaveholders. And Woodbridge enslaved the most. That's not necessarily why his name is sort of number 1 on Woodbridge Hall. It's not, I don't think. He first enslaved indigenous people, whom he appropriately baptized, he said. His name was John Wabin, quote, my Indian servant. In his will, dated 1732, Woodbridge, Yale graduate, eventually, or his family became Yale graduates, and he had a large extended family. He, quote, gave his loving wife, Abigail Woodbridge, the improvement of John Wabin during the time he is bound to serve me. Woodbridge also, over time, enslaved a whole variety of people. Tamar, Andrew, Lydia, Isabella, Daniel, another Isabella, and a Caesar, who were apparently married, Thomas and Thorne, in addition to a Native American man named, as I said, John Wabin. He separated some families for sale. Eventually, he had a hand in the ownership of about 31 people. I say this not to condemn Timothy Woodbridge. He just had the most money. But it was a common practice, unchallenged, by and large, unchallenged in his own time, at least in the first half of his own century. The first challenge, whoops, I got to back up. Not a portrait of Jonathan Edwards, it's a wood carving. It makes him, I don't know, does he look scary or muted or I don't know what. I want to contrast briefly here Samuel Sewall with Jonathan Edwards. They are 2 Puritans who come to have different approaches to slavery. They're both very important figures. And then I will move beyond that to get to this problem of the coming of the American Revolution here at Yale and how it transformed this place. But we can't leave this question of Puritan slaveholding just yet. Samuel Sewall was Justice of the Massachusetts, he was Chief Justice of the Massachusetts Superior Court, born in England, immigrated as a child about 1661. He was a judge and a merchant and a famous diarist. A lot of the Puritans were great diarists. He's a deeply religious Puritan, but by 1700 and even before that, he was deeply worried about the declension of the faith, about the growth of slavery, and he's going to write The Selling of Joseph, this first anti-slavery, in its own ways, anti-slavery text published in the American colonies. And he's doing it now in a world of tremendous turmoil, religious, political, military turmoil back in England. especially from the 1670s and 1680s on, with the Glorious Revolution, and before that, the English Civil War. All of that turmoil, all that violence in England, all of that tearing apart from within in England, he inherited, or he learned, or he knew. He is part of this tremendous wave of religious war and strife that swept over that Anglo-American world in the second half of the 17th century. The book, it's a very short treatise, The Selling of Joseph, is both a lament, but also an altar call, classic Puritan altar call to the faithful to save their own souls and that of the slaves. Slavery, Sewell tends to argue here, in his own kind of moderate ways, will destroy them if they don't destroy it. It's written in the structure of a sermon. Surprise. He names all sorts of biblical texts, which he then, of course, analyzes in the classic sermonic mode. He roots his case in several scriptures, especially Acts 17. God hath made of one blood all nations of men for to dwell on all the face of the earth. One blood. Then the golden rule, of course, do unto others, etc. And then Exodus. The line in Exodus, he that stealeth a man, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Sewell is going to make the classic case that Jonathan Edwards is going to as well. Slave trading was murder. Slave trading was stealing people as captives and transporting them and selling them. It's unchristian, it's wrong, it's evil. Slave holding becomes a problem. Sewell was cautious in this text. Slave trade he declared horrible and murder, unquote, quote unquote, but he had no solution for what to do if slaves were freed. A classic conundrum of American abolitionism from this earliest text. It's going to be the same problem for the next century and a half. As many Americans, even down to the radical abolitionists, can't have a devil of a time figuring out what are we going to do with people when we free them, or if they free themselves. He worried. In fact, the whole text is written by a worried man. Give a Puritan a text to write while he's worried, and you got Puritanism. He was worried about the rising number of Africans in New England. He lived in Boston, which had a large number in the city, just like New York did. You know, New York in the colonial period had as much as 15 to 18% of their population was black and enslaved. Race was the conundrum. Still is for Americans, isn't it? Apparently it is in Springfield, Ohio now, too. Well, race, Sewell argued, the problem of race had poisoned the reasoning of these New England Puritans. He wanted to believe the human beings were equal. He wanted to believe they could be equal. But then he goes into these relatively long riffs about how their hair is different and their skin is different and certain of their capacities are different. And it's kind of classic old-style scientific racism. He was trapped in the tragic assumptions about blood. I mean, he's not alone in this, is he? Over time. How much blood do you have from this side and that side? And blood. The document, though, is amazing for when it was done. It is this remarkable mixture of humanism, early Enlightenment humanism, with racism. And we're going to give you at least an article or two about it, if not the full, the students, if not the full text, and it'll be on the server, and Michael Hepp will send it to all of you. You get to read The Selling of Justice. It's not very long. It's an amazing document. But then let's talk briefly about Edwards. Why did I put Edwards in that first chapter? My colleagues, we're not sure I should have, blah, blah, blah. Edwards is probably the most famous Yale graduate of the 18th century. There were a whole bunch of them, a whole bunch of them. And some of them became presidents of Yale. And some of them became lots of other things. But no one still sort of strides across the world quite like Jonathan Edwards, believe it or not. And we can dislike him, we can hate him, we can say, oh God, he's the forerunner of all that evangelical Christianity that's all run amok. But don't underestimate Jonathan Edwards' influence across the globe. We have here at Yale the Jonathan Edwards portal, the research portal. His papers have been edited here for years by Ken Minkema and others. Ken Minkema's brilliant Edwards scholar here at Yale, and was a huge help to me on this project. I've always been fascinated with Edwards. My own brother wrote a dissertation on Edwards, and I always wondered why. I figured it out. I was never quite the same after I was forced to read Edwards' Freedom of the Will in an intellectual history class in my first year of graduate school at Wisconsin. That text sort of fried me for a while. Jonathan Edwards was born up in Windsor. He ends up starting his serious formal studies at age 13, Wethersfield, Connecticut, the town of the onions, famous for onions. And not only famous for onions, but provided the onions to the West Indies. He first studied in a tiny schoolhouse that the students shared with a family of Native Americans. He literally lived with two other young people named Ambo and Desire, who were Native American. Now, Edwards' interest in Native Americans will last the rest of his life, and he will run missions for Native Americans, and he believed Native Americans were equal before God, had the same capacities for both evil and good, and so on and so on. He's going to get his degree from Yale at age 17 in 1720. The boy was a prodigy, to say only the least. He becomes a combination. I'm not going to go into all of it, believe me, I couldn't, into all of his treatises and all of his writings. He was the most prolific theologian of the 18th century. He read everything in moral philosophy. He read lots and lots and lots of people he sort of despised and always disagreed with, but he read them. He read the scriptures next to Isaac Newton. Edwards came to sort of believe in the scientific revolution. At the same time, it had to fit his theology of God's design. All races, all peoples, to Edwards, were created in God's image. They were equal in their godliness and in their capacity for evil. Thank you, Jonathan. Slaveholding, he never criticized, and he did it through most of his adult life. The slave trade, however, he had the same problem Sewall had, but to Edwards, the Atlantic slave trade was unmitigated evil until the people arrived here, and then they were the responsibility of their owners, of the New England Puritans. He lives this theology and examined it like no one else ever, this series of multiple contradictions that was Puritanism, piety and oppression together, slaveholding as unchallenged privilege based on the Old Testament. Nevertheless, buying and selling them, though, was unmitigated evil. Edwards embodied this idea that through faith, through Christian piety, through his own vision of a Puritan God, who was, of course, almost utterly unforgiving, nevertheless, slavery could be made humane. It could be made humane. The conundrum of slaveholders the world over. Some have worried about it, some haven't, most haven't. You can find systems of slavery around the world where the slaveholders didn't leave a lot of evidence of being guilty. These Puritans had a problem with some of that, to say the least. But to Edwards, slavery was a natural thing. It's been around forever. But the slaveholder must never abuse the power he had over enslaved people. He wrote treatises on about every element of theology you can think of. He was a philosopher of the mind, the nature of the mind and how it functions. It's one of the reasons he has survived in modern philosophy. Even the great William James, who had almost nothing to do with evangelical Christianity, really admired Edwards. So did a whole lot of other American modern philosophies, because they had never encountered a mind like this on the page. He wrote a lot of moral philosophy, always arguing with the earlier moral philosophers. He wrote theological defenses of Calvinism endlessly. That is, a God directing the universe, a God declaring and determining a hierarchy among people, and a God controlling your will as you push back trying to have a human will. One of his most famous writings, popular, now it's hard to call that text popular, but it's the text called Freedom of the Will. Freedom of the Will is a very complicated text at first, but it does come down to this. It was Edwards' way of saying, of course you have a will. It drives you, it motivates you, you have wants of all kinds, you have desires of all kinds, and you're going to express them, but God thought of them first. God predates every act of will by you, and God will judge every act of will by you at the same time. And he even designs a logic. This is what's so troubling about Edwards to some people. He designs a logic by which, as soon as you think you have freedom of the will, well, you look back a little closer, and what came before that wish, and then what came before that wish, and then what came before that want, and what came before that desire, and pretty soon, where do you end up? God. And you are left reading Freedom of the Will, wondering, is there any freedom of the will? And Edwards' answer was ultimately no. And in this world of the Enlightenment, at this place called Yale College, where they're training all these young ministers, and 50% of all ministers all across New England were trained right here by the 1750s, 60s, and 70s. It's becoming a world that believes in things like science, believes in there are new forms of technology now. And pretty soon, there are going to be these massive political revolutions against monarchy and against all kinds of hierarchy. And these revolutions are going to believe in things like reason and rationality. What are you going to do with rationality if you don't have any free will? Edwards was confounding and roundly hated by many other theologians, at the same time usually respected. It's crazy. I don't want to dwell on this any longer, but this past, June, I think it was, I try to work every day in the Beinecke on my new book when I have time. And I'm in there day after day after day. And one day, Ken Minkema, the Edwards Project, and a couple Beinecke curators came to me and said, "You're not going to believe what's about to happen here." There was a huge busload of evangelical Christians from, I think, Oklahoma, but I may not be remember. Hope's here, she'd remember. I forget where they were from. They are absolute devotees of Jonathan Edwards and his wife, Sarah. The women were all about Sarah. He's their patron saint. And Ken Minkema invited me into the room where he was giving a presentation. I went in. They were praying for Ken. God bless them. They didn't pray for me. Come on, man. And before it was over, most of them were on their knees in the Beinecke Library, because these people see Jonathan Edwards as their founder. Now, we can all poke holes like crazy in their logic and whatever we want. Ken Minkema was unnerved that day. I mean, Ken knows his Edwards. He knows Puritanism like the back of his hand. He's a great scholar. But he came out of there thinking, I don't know what to do. They're on their knees and they're praying for me. I said, "That's your problem, Ken. I'm going back to work." Edwards has far more followers in India and China and Japan and all over Africa and all over the world than he does in America. It's amazing. I don't know how they read parts of his treatises, but they seem to. Edwards embodied, so did Samuel Sewall in a genuinely anti-slavery tract, but Edwards especially embodied this tortured, unattainable idea of religious and theological perfection that the Puritans sought. It's a kind of you could call it a fool's errand. I wouldn't call it a fool's errand. I'd call it an impossible errand. And in some ways, a tragic errand. It's not going to work. It's going to run headlong into this collision with Enlightenment ideology and with the age of revolution. Although some of the sentiments, especially the temperaments of Puritanism, of course, in this country, have never died. I don't know, for some of you of a certain age like me, I was raised in a Lutheran church. I escaped, but I didn't escape the Lutheranism. I didn't escape a whole bunch of assumptions, which Luther would never have said went back to Calvin and the Puritans, although they do. Their worst unattainable goal was to make slavery humane, and therefore available to be justified. That's their most tragic, unattainable contradiction. I use the word tragic there. It sounds like a throwaway word, but for just 1 second. Actually, I'll save my riffs on tragedy for the moment. The other big context for the American Revolution here at Yale, of course. There we go. This is Ezra Stiles. The 7 Years' War. I don't have time to go into it all, but it is the world's first real world war between the French and the British from 1750 to 1763. That massive war fought on 3 continents was a struggle, among other things, for the frontier of this North American society of native peoples, British peoples, French peoples, and others. Massive war, massive bloodletting, fought all over the high seas. Finally ends, mostly, in 1763. And that other context, which I've just said, is the Atlantic slave trade. And then finally, one of the biggest contexts to understand what it's like here in southern Connecticut and at Yale College on the eve of and during the American Revolution is the ties that Connecticut and New Haven and Yale had to the West Indies. The ties they had, we have a whole chapter on this in the book, so I welcome you to read and I started that chapter by simply a narrative description of how a sugar mill worked, the kind of horrid labor conditions of a sugar mill in Jamaica. We have a lot of testimony about that. And from there I went on to the nature of the economic ties and the trade. The sugar revolution kicked in the 1660s. It would change the diets and the tastes of people across the world. It would change is a nice word, a limited word, for the economies of the Caribbean, the economies of North America, and the economies of Europe. It would turn rum, the creation of rum, pounding sugar into molasses and eventually refining it into rum. It would turn rum into the elixir of the Atlantic trade. And it would become a major consumption item of the 17th and certainly the 18th century world. In Britain alone, there were 270 gallons of rum refined in 1698, but by 1771, the eve of the American Revolution, there were 2 million gallons of rum being refined per year in Great Britain. Rum refineries developed all over New England, including right here in New Haven. Indeed, the northern colonies became the nexus of the rum trade and therefore the sugar trade and therefore the slave trade. It will fuel shipbuilding in New London and New Haven, Connecticut. And Connecticut developed an economic link to the West Indian sugar nexus, sugar plantation nexus, by trading, selling all manner of agricultural products, livestock, you name it, horses, cattle, onions, wheat, wood products of all kinds, farming tools, even the dung to be used for fertilizer on those sugar plantations was shipped aboard these ships out of New Haven Harbor. Yeah. Every ship that went, not every ship, about 45% by the middle of the 18th century of all ships leaving New Haven's harbor, same with New London, same over to Newport, same over to Boston, even over 50% in Boston, headed directly to the West Indies to support the sugar islands. And in return came sugar, molasses, rum. That was the nature of this dark and kind of terrible trade. But the economy of Connecticut, its ferry boats moving stuff on the rivers, its onion production, its livestock production. Every ship that went out of this harbor heading for the West Indies had cattle on it, horses to run the sugar mills. They didn't have any horses in Jamaica. They got them from here. This entanglement, this web of commerce, this slave owning and slave trading, fortunes were made, and many of those fortunes were in the hands of Yale donors and Yale professors. In the book, we developed several stories, the Saltonstalls, the Livingstons, especially of New York. Please read those. There are Yale graduates and alumni families that were deeply involved in the sugar trade, and in the Livingston's case, the African slave trade. Now, the revolution came to New Haven as it came everywhere along the coast of North America, later than other places. It's not going to arrive here, the war, until approximately 1778 and 79. Already by then, though, there are black Connecticuters. I suppose you might call them nutmeggers today or something. I don't know. I hate that term. But there were people like Prince Duplex. One of my favorite finds in our research was this man named, I love the name for one, Prince Duplex Sr. He was born into slavery. He ended up living in New Haven. He became free and was listed as a basket maker by the time he enlisted in 1777 in the Continental Army. He'll serve 3 years and survive. And we have, I develop in the book, how black soldiers got into this war and their status and so forth. He would fight in the Battle of Germantown in October of 1777 with Washington's army, and he spent the entire winter at Valley Forge in 1778 with Washington's army and nearly starved and froze to death. The price of his freedom was 40-some pounds sterling, and freezing nearly to death at Valley Forge, because when he got out of the army after 3 years, he somehow had to pay off somebody, probably the man who he replaced. Part of the way black soldiers got into the war was as replacements for white men. And they had to pay off those white men with their wages. And then even earlier, there was this remark, we've put it on the canvas for you, and you've already read it probably. This amazing petition by Bristol Lambie. Read that text, folks. It's one of the most remarkable texts. It ought to be among the sort of founding American texts. They should put this baby up in that front hall of the National Archives. Bristol Lambie wrote a petition to the Connecticut legislature, at that point still the colonial legislature, demanding the natural rights to liberty for black people. And he was writing on behalf of many others. It is called, quote, the humble petition of a number of poor Africans, unquote. It was addressed to, quote, the Sons of Liberty of Connecticut. He butters them up. He makes the most zealous assertions in this petition of natural rights and liberties, quote, natural rights and liberties of mankind. How did Bristol Lambie learn his natural rights tradition? Not from reading John Locke, probably, but from the environment, from the air, from the discussions, probably down at a tavern where people were arguing about this damn British. The petition asks for, quote, deliverance from a state of unnatural servitude and bondage. Unnatural. He invoked the law of nature and of liberty. And he said, we have, quote, a natural right to be free. I'll stop there on Lambie, but in the book, I make a case then. I spent a couple paragraphs making the case that you can find all of Jefferson's 4 first principles in Lambie's petition. And what are those 4? Don't you hate that? Somebody, come on, give me the 4. I just named one. Natural rights. The idea that all human beings, by birth in this world, from nature or God, have a certain set of inalienable rights. What's the second first principle in liberty? You have a right to liberty. What's the third one? The doctrine of consent. Consent. The idea of representative government. No government exists without the consent of the people. What's the fourth? The right of revolution. Whoa, Jefferson went a long way there. All 4 of those, 2 of them utterly explicitly, the other 2 mostly implied, are all in Lambie's petition before Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. There were numerous declarations of independence in the American colonies. Now, the Revolutionary War, and by the way, already around here at Yale, among its own graduates, is forming an anti-slavery, and in a couple of cases, genuinely abolitionist mentality and tradition, namely among Jonathan Edwards' own son, Jonathan Edwards Jr., and his fellow theologian, all trained at Yale, Samuel Hopkins. They're in the book. Check them out. Now, the war comes here, and I'll stop with this. The war comes here in 1779, just after Ezra Stiles becomes president of this place. There he is. The gentle Puritan, as Ed Morgan called him in his brilliant biography. I didn't know anything about Ezra Stiles until I had to write this book. I came to really kind of admire Stiles. Sorry about that. And I will end on this. He grows up mostly over in Newport, Rhode Island. He was a Yale grad, a minister, a pastor of a church in Rhode Island, but he became deeply interested in Judaism and Hebrew. He learned Hebrew. He attended synagogue. He didn't really want to be president of Yale, but they kind of put the screws on him. Yale was in financial crisis as the war broke out. Nobody knew the future. There's this huge revolutionary war going on. I'm going to go be president of Yale College, and who knows if Yale would survive at all. He kept an incredible diary. He called being president of Yale his crown of thorns. I said earlier, he liberated his slave named Newport when he took this job. The American Revolution will change it. Events do change some people. Some people are impervious to change. Some people get in the way of big events and it sweeps over them and they come out different. Ezra Stiles did. He helped create an African missionary project. Think whatever you want of missionary projects. Stiles had, by a whole variety of means, an absolutely boundless curiosity in science, in literature, in all kinds of theologies, in all kinds of historical subjects. Yale was supposed to hire a Hebrew scholar while he was right after the Revolutionary War. He decided they're hard to find. So he studied up again and he learned Hebrew and he became the Hebrew professor. Same happened with another subject. He will actually lead a group of militia on the British invaded New Haven Harbor with between 35 and 40 ships in July of 1779. Some students were in that militia, some faculty were in that militia. Former President Daggett was in it. He got captured. The former president of Yale got captured. We're in this militia. It was a terrible battle. The British came into New Haven Harbor, and they could have burned Yale and destroyed it. They only spent one night on the town green, camped out. And the story is they got so drunk. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they say in most of these books. They got so drunk that the next day their officers just said, we don't need to stay here, and they went back to the harbor. But before they did, over in East Haven, down to West Haven, and right on into the streets of New Haven, they fought a pitched battle in which dozens were killed on both sides, and even more wounded. It was a bloody, bloody battle. For reasons unknown, although they pillaged a lot of buildings in New Haven, they didn't burn the college. They didn't burn its... In the wake of the war, Ezra Stiles will take hold of this thing called Yale College, begin... He had a lot of help. And by the way, it was said that he was a terrible administrator. He just got bored with administration. He'd rather go read. Probably a few administrators here today who are here because they'd rather be reading. He'd rather go read world literature, Hebrew, science, Isaac Newton, anything. But he would begin to move Yale into the Enlightenment and into teaching science. And he cut a deal with the state legislature that gave Yale, it appeared, won't last forever, but it appeared to be a permanent subsidy of public money, such that for a while Yale was not entirely a private school. It was supported by the state of Connecticut. So when they get on you out there, you're going to one of them big fancy private universities. It wasn't always that way. 1790, I forget the exact date now, 1790 whatever. He fully supported the 1784, Stiles did, gradual abolition law. Stiles, like almost all Yale people in the 18th century, had a lot of conservative to moderate sensibilities, elements of his temperament. He helped create the first, although it was short-lived, abolition society in Connecticut. He was a huge supporter of the French Revolution, which his successor will not be. He wrote a treatise on democracy. And he ended up a kind of Enlightenment figure at the helm of this place when he died. He will be replaced, however, by Timothy Dwight, who hated the American Revolution and hated the French Revolution and believed the French were nothing but a series of conspiracies against Protestantism. You'll see this in the book. Yale goes through these tides and changes, partly because of its leadership and partly because of the forces of history swirling around them. I think I've run out of time, but I want to leave you with this. Next Tuesday, you're going to hear from my brilliant colleague, Mike Moran. Some of you know Mike from the Beinecke. Mike wrote our chapter on the 1831 Black College, or the aborted 1831 Black College. He'll develop the early 19th century moment up to that 1831 moment. I'll be here, introduce him, but we're going to have one guest lecture, and that's going to be by my man Mike Moran on next Tuesday. Don't miss it.